on. Whew. And sorry about the delay, everybody. Unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to look at it, I had a hailstorm just outside, so it was quite news, because I've never seen hail before come from the sky naturally like that. Or I've never seen hail, honestly. So that was quite fun and interesting today. They were about marble size, and went out, checked everything. Everything looks good, so just a little slight delay, a little bit interesting stuff, so interesting weather, and we will be adding weather in today. Let's see. Alright, so we got the 2026 campaign. We're going to add this in. Excellent. Same picture that we had last year. Let's see, descriptions. We'll enter a description in later. Oh, well, alright, we'll save it. New mission. Map. Akaton Island. Excellent. Our little training map. And this one is just going to be flight training. We don't need to put the number in it or anything. Excellent. It was crazy to hear the hail, honestly. Alrighty, so first thing now, we are on map the island, or Akaton Island. This is the entire map. If you've played the tutorial, you should have seen this map already, depending on which tutorial you've played. I believe the helicopter and the T-55 have a different map for the tutorial, but the AV-42, FA-26, and the F-45 should be on this map, if I'm correct. It's been a while since I played them. Specialty notes for this map. Tunnels. Yay! I'll just kind of fly through that real quickly. Oh, I messed it up. The tunnel comes out to the airbase over here. Big enough for any aircraft to fly through. And then at the airbase we do, or airport, however you want to call it, we have two parallel runways, 20 left and 20 right. And then if we turn around, 02 left and 02 right. What is the plan for this one is that 02 right and 02 left are going to be the inbound aircraft, and we're going to have winds coming, let's see what it would be, I believe. So 109 with some variation, light winds to give you guys some crosswind, and then we're going to also have it switch on over to the opposite side to 290 then later on. That way, again, you'll have crosswind. At some point during large storms, we will have wind shear as well. We'll just drastically and very quickly shift over to that. And that'll be a little bit different for you guys. I don't think we've done it just yet, at least not on purpose. So, alright, let's see how many we have today. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 hangars, or tents. Sorry, we'll say 12 outdoor landing zones. And then I like to count each one of these as at least 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so about 17. What am I saying? My math is totally off. That's 8 right here. 9 over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 21. Idiot. Alright, let's get back to it. So we have 21, however, it only allows us to have 18 of them. So, and I'm going to be in the spectate position for some event. So what we can do, if we make these 2, that's 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Excellent. So we'll put 2 people in each one of those hangars. And first things first, I honestly don't like putting down the multiplayer units first. What I like to do is all of the C units. I can't add any docks or anything to this, so what I'll usually do is have a C unit here, just off to the side. We want people to be out of the way, but still be able to be seen. And then when they take off, excellent, kind of towards the hospital. And I know everyone's like, why would you do that towards the hospital? Well, most people want to get up off the ground quickly. However, if you're doing VTOL practice, having the hospital in range and in visual range helps, because this will also be a landing point as well. Now I get a national emergency alert. Okay. The storm's kind of fast, but thank you. Alright. But this is the hospital where we'll be doing a pickup objective for you guys. One of the only objectives in this flight. In this mission, sorry. Alright, let's see. So frequency, excellent. We'll just have it for whiskey. Or, I'm sorry. Zulu. I don't. We'll have those guys receive damage, but it should be fine. Alrighty, let's see. What number shall we choose for this guy today? I honestly don't know. Let's choose basic 88. We also want to have an assault carrier for you guys. This stuff's streaming. There we go. Sorry, double checking for you guys. And then, of course, for all landings, we want everyone to be nice and safe. Which one should we do for this? We'll do 77, give them a little bit extra luck. This one does not have any wires on it. I'm sure most of you know by now, but just in case. And this one is just going to be parked as well. And then a cruiser. Excuse me. What I like about the cruiser, why I usually add it in for even basic flight training, is the fact that it does have a cargo area right in here that, as you can see, it looks like you can actually go into it. And if you do fly close enough into it, either any of the helicopters, the AB-42, anything that is vertical landing, can actually kind of fly into that or taxi into it, and the doors will open for you. And you can rearm and repair in there, and it's quite fun. So, compared to these guys, which look like they should move, and it feels like we should be able to get inside, but they do not. At least not yet. Same with these guys over here. This guy even seems to have some type of bay down here. Hopefully that's something in the future. But that'll be part of Zulu. We need something for him. We'll say, we got 77, 88, we'll do 99. And I don't want to have to worry about you guys crashing into them. So, invincible, respawnable, excellent, they'll spawn immediately. And those guys. Alright, what else are we going to need? Well, it'll be boring if you guys just sit there. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a path. Fleet path, nice and easy. And if anyone is trying to talk or message to me on YouTube. I have this in full screen right now, so you're just gonna have to give me some time, and I will check back up on you guys real quickly in a moment. We're just gonna loop this bad boy all the way around. And if you're waiting for enemies, this one's not gonna have any enemies on it. That's gonna be the next one. Mission 2 will have plenty of target practice, and in fact, that's gonna be the entire weapons practice area for that. Still the same map, so. Excellent. Fleet path. And you know what, instead of starting it there, we'll start it over here. Away from the base. We'll have an aircraft carrier. Part of a Yankee group. We'll navigate a path. And we'll choose fleet path. We'll choose 66 for this one. If they're invincible, there's really no reason to have the respawnable. I just like it so that way I don't miss it, just in case for some reason I do decide to. Moving carrier. Parked carrier. And parked VTOL carrier. You know what? Let's be a little bit more. There we go. Nautical. Let's see if I can do that here. I cannot. Let's at least spell it right though. Excellent. Alright, so this moving carrier, we'll go back to this, double check it. Yankee, navigate path, waypoint, none, fleet path, and we've got a number for it as well. Now the reason why I changed the name is because when you're in the comms panel and you're actually looking for the information for it, you will actually know now, Hope moving carrier. This is the area where if you are creating a mission, these names that are right here are actually going to pop up on that comms channel for you, so you can actually rename your carrier whatever it is, and then the people will see it here. And then we're going to have a moving assault carrier. Excellent. And then finally a moving cruiser. So 66, 55, 44 is what I need. What am I? There we go. You know what I didn't do? I didn't rename it. Gotta be able to tell the difference. Excellent. Alright. So we've got parked naval units, or sorry, anchored naval units, and now we have moving naval units for you guys to practice landing and takeoffs from. We're also going to need some areas for you guys to land. Well, the challenge could be landing anywhere. But we'll do a basic one right now. this will be rearm and refuel point. Here we go. Oh, let's make sure it actually fits properly. Excellent. Alright. Everything's still on it. Excellent. Fantastic. And we'll add a little bit of extra into landing zone. So we should have a radar. Face it this way. Full 360 anyway. Alrighty. And then the final units, which are going to be a part of the flight training, as always, is actually going to be a tanker unit. Oh, let's get it over to the airport. We can put them here. We don't want them to have an air group. Orbit point, none. 160. Should be meters a second. That's fine. I don't care. Oh, ooh, 3,500. Let's double check that though. It's good enough. Good enough. I can see that. Okay, we'll do this. We'll make a waypoint here. $11,500. Okay. That's fine. Airbase. We'll start at cold, just like everyone else. Respawnable. I don't want them to be invincible. If you hit them, you blow up. If they blow up, that sucks. Let's see. We'll make them a part of Romeo. Oh, actually, let me double check to make sure. Yes, it was Whiskey and Sierra, so Romeo is 100% available. Romeo Squadron. Excellent. And oh, you know what I almost forgot? Give me just a second, because I forgot my coffee.
So sorry about that delay. And thank you to all my wonderful coffee subscribers. Kane, Austin, Dirk, Bob, Dobici, all of you guys. You know, and later today I'm actually going to look it up before the end of this, and we're going to go through each one of your names one by one, and thank you personally. The real Mab one. Because I would not be able to do any of this without you, and especially not without this coffee. Which today's coffee is actually an espresso, again from Lavazza. I really do like them. It's nice and smooth, but also quite strong. Alrighty. So now that we got the KC-49, I'm going to do something a little out of order. Instead of getting a new aircraft out, I really want to get the sequence in where it orbits, because we know the distance. So, entry condition, I want the KC-49. If it is alive, I want airborne actually. Can I do that? I cannot. Maybe I don't need this then. Hang on. Let's double check. Alright. It starts immediately. KC-49 is up. Its default behavior should be to take off. My bad. Take off, not orbit. Because it's starting on the ground, starting cold. Then, in the sequence, immediately, unit KC-49, orbit waypoint. Excellent. Radius of 11,500 meters. And yes, I am saying meters. If you look down here, everything, altitude, meters, everything is actually in meters per second. Mean sea level, meters, AGL, meters. So everything in the mission editor is done in meters and in seconds. However, if you just take the time to do the math, you can put it in something else. And I do highly recommend anyone who is interested in this to do that and take the time to do that math, because then you'll also, down the road, after a couple missions, be able to see a pattern, and then you'll be able to easily just kind of transfer that over. So 11,500, and we said we want an altitude of 3,500 meters. That way it would clear all the fantastic. And then that's it. All we gotta do, air tanker orbit. Excellent. And we'll put this in a, alrighty. And we'll move him just a little bit over here. And then we'll get the refueling drone as well. We'll get two of these, and we'll actually put them in the same one. And the reason being is that way you guys can actually refuel with each other and not have an issue, hopefully. And hopefully it'll also get you quite a bit of friendly pictures, because I'm very excited to see any pictures or videos that you guys make from these. Excellent. And we're actually just going to copy this guy, place him right there. And then we'll have the E4 Overlord. There's really no reason to have him other than to get used to him. So that's all we're going to do today, is have him so we can get used to him. respawnable. I don't want you guys to shoot him down either, so we'll do that. Oh, I don't know why I'm saying that. Here. We're not going to have any guns in this one. Silly me. My mic sounds pretty low. Oh, let me see if I can get that. Thank you very much, Flute. Is that any better? Well, we'll have to see, but turned it up. Let's see if I can turn up the actual gain on it. Hopefully that's a little bit better now. If it's too loud, you let me know. Okay. Random, Akaton, orbit point, default path. No path, we just want them to orbit. Once they're out of fuel, if ever, return to the airbase. I rather have the default AWACS. Will it?
Golf 1-1, Overlord, Group Bra 020, merged 5000, tracking north.
Yeah. Even if I did hide comms enabled, that's my favorite so far. Excellent. Alright, so now we've got our NPC units, AI units. Let's get the event sequence for the tankers. And I'm getting weather warnings. More weather warnings than I have in a while. So if I lose connection for whatever reasons, I am very sorry. And I will talk to you all on Discord through the mobile as best as I can. But so far we're doing okay, and we're going to keep going. We need these to be drone tanker. And then just like before, unit, we want these guys. Ooh, actually, can we do form on leader? We'll do medium. We don't want them to be too close. And there goes another weather warning. Okay. This is fine. This is just fine. Set the formation distance. Excellent. New node. And I am just doing this node as a backup. You don't technically need to, as long as they are in the same group, which means they're both Romeo, and this is the first Romeo. Both of these guys will form up next on the KC-49. I'm just making sure that it does it. And I want them to set at a medium distance. So if you, because of how the game can sometimes work, pretty much what it will do is, we'll say the KC-49 takes off, then the MQ-31s take off. If you don't have set formation distance and you just have form on pilot, they're just going to be at close, as you saw at the distance. Not as close as they can be, but still pretty close. The issue that I've seen is that sometimes if you want these to happen, you have to call them first and then send them to form pilot. So like if I switch this to over here, it would form on pilot on the close end, even though like this would be set. So like if you're formed on pilot on close, you would then have to recall form on pilot after you've set the formation distance to medium. I'm not sure if that's 100% just now, but that's what I've run into in the past with other units, such as the fleets and the ground units. But we can always practice, but right now we will just have them like this. I want to make sure this is going to work. Alright, so we've got our naval units, we've got the KC-49s, the Overlord, MQ-31. You know what we don't have? Yeah, we need an oil platform. Why are we out here in the middle of nowhere? Oil. Beautiful, beautiful oil. This spot looks interesting. We'll put an oil platform here too. Move it around a little bit. There we go. Drill, baby, drill. Oh, and then oil platforms are also going to need refueling areas. So let's get them some ground support. Ooh, that's a little too small. Let's delete that one. Excellent. All set, ready to go. Let's do this guy over here. Beautiful. Alright, now the easy bit. Players. So for this one, all the players are going to be spawned outside their hangar. Makes it easy for me to see them. We're going to have selectable alternate spawns. First group, we had, let's see, we had the Echoes. Excellent. RDP waypoint is spawn. It's a practice, so we're not going to limit anyone's lives today. No equipment today. Not even guns. Absolutely nothing. Excellent. And, oh, what am I doing? One too many. AV-42, FA-26, F-45. We'll do the T-55, then the E-54. Actually, here, we'll do this. Military aircraft are going to be first. Ooh, we'll give you guys fuel tanks. I do want you guys to have that. No targeting pods, though. Let's make it difficult. Let's make it difficult, difficult on everybody. Alright.
no equipment. And then this is also the worst part about doing alternate spawns currently with this. As you will see, I will have to go through and do it for every single player on every single aircraft. There is no copy and repeat on these. I'm trying not to play any music because we don't want to do any copyright stuff. I will add the fire control radar because it does give you images, so it is something that you can practice with buildings and all that stuff on the ground. Um, and I believe this would be a good area to practice with before having targets come in. Alright, so this is what it's going to be like. You have the AV-42, the FA-26, F-45, EF-24G, T-55, and the AH-94. Going forward throughout all of 2026, all multiplayer spawns will be like this. You will have access to all aircraft. There will be two-seaters available. You do not need to have the two-seaters. However, like you can deny the person if you want. Like if you keep getting ejected from your aircraft because the second person wants to be a griefer, just keep hitting no on that and don't allow anyone in. Not going to be mad, not going to be upset if that's the reason. If you're training and it keeps happening and it seems like they're griefing, it's up to you. However, I do want to give you guys access to have, and I don't want to limit it to one anymore because you can't just say no. And at some point, we need to learn it's okay to say no. So let's get these guys going in, and then as you can see, we've got 6 spawns, alternate spawns, starting at the AV-42. We're going to copy it over, and we've lost all of our alternate spawns. That's okay. Excellent. It did keep the AV-42's weapons removal though, thankfully. However, what we're going to do, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one's going to be the helicopter. This one's the T-55, EF-24, and then standard FA-26. And this, as you can see, is just going to be the hardest part of it all. Because unfortunately, you just kind of have to go through it one by one. Make sure you've got everything that you want up. There's no way to say, oh, flight training only, no weapons, just fuel. But it's not that bad. Just take a little bit extra time, and it's worth it for y'all. And I know this is a boring part for a lot of you, because most of you will just want to see how the weather is done. However, if I can get this, then I don't have to worry as much going forward until the weather looks better, because I don't have to worry about coming back to this. I don't believe I put the jammer on that one over here. Double check myself. Nope, okay, cool. I should find some non-copyright music to put on in the background going forward, though. That way you're not just sitting here waiting for me to talk. My voice is not always the best to listen to. Okay. H94, let's get all this. Why does it keep... That's weird. Okay.
I'm gonna give you guys the fire control radar, fuel tanks. And I understand why people may be confused why I'm giving you fuel tanks. The reason why I'm giving out fuel tanks is because they will greatly change your aerodynamics, and I feel it is very important to experiment with those aerodynamics so you know your aircraft and a fully loaded aircraft with fuel tank, and you're playing around, messing around, and, you keep failing, and then you start saving it, spins and all that stuff, you're doing really good. I don't think you'll have a problem later on, but sometimes you just gotta practice as much as possible. My headset keeps beeping at me, and I don't know why. It keeps going green, but maybe it's broken. We're just here for the fuel today. Just here for the fuel today. Excellent. Alrighty. I'll do foxtrots. Hotel was the other ones I usually do. Helicopters. Who was it? It was Papa Squadron for the AV-42s. This was supposed to name it itself, but I wonder if it's because it was like that. We'll try this. Oh, no. EF-24G, then the T-55. And then the first three are always going to be the vanilla aircraft, the very first original aircraft that came with the game. So if you have VTOL VR, you have the first three aircraft, you can switch to them. EF-24G is just a military version of the T-55, and I just wanted to keep the two training vehicles most likely together. So the T-55 is purely made for training, but it can be used in combat. And I understand people using it in combat trying to give themselves a little bit of a hindrance and make it more difficult. And I totally accept that. Something you can do? Absolutely. The AH-94, a lot of people just have trouble with a helicopter, especially at first. But I do see a lot of people do enjoy it. So we're going to make sure that's added in and that you guys can practice with that any way that you want currently. And again, making sure that you have the fire control radar, so even if you're in the front seat, you can practice with that a little bit. And then the AV-42s don't have any fuel tanks. Everyone else's fuel tanks are near the bottom. And because it is flight training, I will say, yes, I am going to make all of the aircraft start cold. So you will have to manually flip it all on, do all that yourself, because I want you to learn and take your time with each one of them. It's not always going to be easy, but that's perfectly fine. That's how we remember stuff. And yeah, that's where it did change the numbers. Okay. This was not easy for me to learn. There was not a lot of stuff on YouTube about the VTOL VR mission loader at the time. There's still some stuff, and the stuff that I learned on is still up there. But I do believe that because it has changed quite a bit from what they've done, just having these videos up and going with these changes will help people learn a little bit about it. So I do think this is probably the best aviation VR simulation game that anyone can buy, both in physics and both in cost and fun. So, and it also gives a lot of people the ability to play it their way, especially with the mission creator. I hope more games go this way. I need more games to go this way. Alright, there's the fire control radar. And again, this is the most boring part of it all, because you just gotta go through. I don't want any of that, just here for the fuel tanks. Nope, don't want any of that. Just here for the fuel tanks. Oh, not that. There we go. Someone's about to get an unfair advantage. Oh, let's keep it similar at least. FA26. And what I will do for the next one is I will make a little playlist of non-copyright music as well. That way we can listen to something and we will have the links to everything in the description. That way we're not going to be stealing anything and YouTube's not going to be mad at me. Coffee is so good. Let's see. Alrighty. T55. No, that needs to be the AH94. This needs to be T55. See, look at that. I got all mixed up already. I don't know why that's happening, but I'm not going to worry about it. Fuel tanks, excellent. And yes, I'm plating planes on a helicopter pad. Don't be upset. Accept it. Sometimes weird stuff happens. You are not going to be a part of Papa anymore. You are going to be a part of Sierra. Excellent. Oopsie. I gotta move each one over here too. And then Sierra goes to Tango. And then this guy will have our new one. Oh, you know, that's focus. There we go. EF24G. T-55. And if you're wondering, yes, I did have some of this planned out. I knew the amount of aircraft that I wanted. I knew that I wanted to have all of this um, multiplayer, or sorry, multi-selection for the aircraft like this, and I knew it was going to take this time to do this. It just makes it a lot easier. There's not as many, and the lobby will not be as misleading. Because if I made a spawn point for each objective, it would be very misleading because then you have got like 34, 48 different aircraft spots, but the aircraft can only carry 15. So, um, I found that just keeping it this way so we can have 16 to 18 actual multiplayer spawns and then they just have alternate spawns with alternate aircraft. Um, and that way that helps everyone. Y'all can still have the double slots. You can have a single slot. You can have a double-seater aircraft, and just then again keep hitting no if you don't want to have anyone else. If you just want to practice on your own, you can do that as well. Um, there's no harm in wanting to practice some stuff on your own ever. It's just, it's going to take time, and sometimes people are going to be upset. Why can't I watch you? It, Sometimes you're just not comfortable yet, and that's okay. Everybody's different, and as you grow, you'll get more comfortable. Alright, we're going to go to number 8 now. 6, let's say FA-26, F-45, EF, T-55, and then the H-94. Excellent. Let's remove their equipment. Practice equipment only. Excellent. Oh, no, no RST. Don't need anyone shooting anyone. RTB waypoint is spawn. And they're still Tango. Are you Tango? You're Tango as well. I believe the next one would be Whiskey, which was the next newest one that we had. Let me double check the Discord. Oh, and while I'm here, we can also double check. There's Whiskey, 50% of the votes. Wonderful. And thank you to everyone in my Discord for joining me. And thank you for voting so much. Your participation in these votes do honestly help to build these and make it a little bit more personal for you guys as well. Because now we've got Whiskey, and then I believe it was Sierra right here, right on top of each other. These are your guys' planes. You'll be able to practice with them. I know you guys are going to be upset because there's only 2 of them. So what we're honestly probably going to do, and we'll do it right here actually. We'll have Sierra 1, 2. So there'll be 2 Sierras and 2 Whiskeys for you guys to practice with. Oh, the YouTube real quickly, make sure. Alright, no other comments. It sounds like I've got my mic issue fixed up. I'm hoping so. Says stream's current bitrate is lower than recommended. I don't think I can change that. Let me double check it.
Those are for the system. Oh, I cannot change the settings when I'm live. Alright, I will increase them later. But unfortunately it is a little bit lower, and I am sorry for that. We'll fix it later. Alright, moving on. Alright, let's get 011. Oh, excellent. No weapons on the AV. Just fuel tanks on the FA-26. F-45A is going to be down here. Beautiful. Excellent. Oh, oh. I did not want to do that. Yeah. Alright. We'll just move everyone up one. I should be able to see him from there. And that's the issue is, oh! Oh! Hang on. Headset just disconnected. Sorry about that. Double check in.
Still says it's in the green. Alright. Let's see if I can place a unit here, honestly. That might be so dirty. We're just gonna delete that. We'll save that for another mission. We'll save that for another mission. Okay, selectable alternate spawns, double checking everything, fire control radar. Excellent. Alright, moving on. Alright, 6 more. Oh, I've got a call coming in. I'm with you guys right now. Ooh, there's the fuel tank. Okay. That's all set. And we want these guys to be a part of a whiskey. Let's get this going as quickly as I can now. Let's get moving. Cause I know everyone just wants to see the weather. As quickly as we can, as quickly as we can. Oh. There's a lot of sound going outside. A lot of people. Where's the field? There it is. Okay. Oh my goodness. I could not hit it for the life of me. Fuel tank. Fuel tank. And fire control radar. Alright, we've got 12. 12 in there right now. 3 of them are Sierras, 3 of them are whiskeys. The rest will be split up. Probably have enough for 2 coffee in my life. Do not have enough coffee in my life. Let's check. Alright, stream's still going good. But there's no other audio. I need to get something else in here. Let's see. There's Romeo's. See, well, actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It says 26 potentially. Hopefully that won't be as bad as I think it is. No, because the first one is the AV-42, so. Let's take, that's Sierra, that's whiskey. Take Papa Flight. Bring their second one right over here. T-55. And then after this, we're going to take a break on the actual players. And we're going to finish up the rest of the map. The part that everybody came to see, whether it's during the live or after the live. I will be able to put chapters in. Let's see, any questions? Nope, no questions yet. Excellent, sounds good. Alright, so we got Papa 1. Sorry, Papa 2 there. Alright. So this is our island. At the hospital. First district, second district, third district, then the fourth district. Oil fields. A nice little vacation island for everyone. Okay, so... Oh, and then here is the other tunnel. Go as fast as I can go without clipping through. Ooh, these are long. And this is the hard one, because once you come out of here, there's just a mountain. And trying to get into it is also just as difficult. Unless you're in a helicopter. But 100% doable. 100% doable. Trust me, I know. Alrighty, let's see. We want to... Let's do the weather. Scenario infos. Oh, 1 second. We need... Visualize wind, preview time, and preview weather up. Um, Sorry, message. Alright, so we got those all set. 2026. Excellent. And we're going to give people the optional time of day. However, our custom one is going to start early on. Around 6. Let's double check that sun. It seems like night for them. Can I do 5:30? Can I get away with that? Pilots need to wake up early anyway. I like 5:30. Yeah. Lights. Excellent. Not saving. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. One direction is 20. No variation. That'll be good for takeoffs. So we'll have the first 5 minutes be of that. We'll keep that there for now. Actually, correction. We will do. We'll do that starting out. We'll just have everyone come over here and come down here and wait. Does this have a taxiway sign? It does not. That's gonna be the tough part. So we'll have to do crossovers to get people over. Be a busy ATC day. It's nothing we can't handle. We'll make mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. Did everyone just hear that on my phone? I'm so sorry. Alrighty. Alright, let's see. So we want 5:30 to start. That's excellent. Let's get this up for the weather though. Alright, so now we're gonna do the hard part. Weather. Let's see what view looks like. A few clouds. It's not too bad. My issue is it's right at the mountain top. Around 2,000 meters. Standard look like. I believe all the weather, all standard weather that you guys see will be from this map. I believe Baja and the Boundless Dynamics team based all default weather patterns based off of this singular map, just based off the height of it, all that, and it kind of covering just the top of the mountain, but not covering anything else. And if we keep going, it keeps looking more and more similar to that, and it's not bad. Um, Standard map, but on other maps where the mountains can rise much higher or lower, issues arise. I believe my headset is about to disconnect. I'm gonna find a cable soon. Oh, what was that? It's broken. This is overcast. Overcast just drops it. Oof. Definitely IFR. And then fog. That's wonderful. Rain. Not too bad. I like how the airport has this little ray of sunshine. Excuse me. Alright, so all the bad weather seems to be right at the valley level, which gives us what? Approximately 900 meters. 900 to 1,000 meters before, you know. Alright, it's 900 to 1,000, but I want that a little bit higher. So what we're going to do Here's the fun part now. Weather pattern 1. We're going to start with just the default so people can see how it started. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4 good, 4 bad, but clear is always going to be in there, so overcast is kind of in the middle. Okay. Let's start with scatter. There we go. Give me some light. System. Transition weather. So let's go through that a little bit more smoothly. When you're starting a full weather pattern, let's say this weather pattern is going to be 1 hour long. Oh, actually, here, we can do time of day as well. So we'll do... Actually, time of day can be... We'll put this in the nature folder. Nature folder. Folder. Nature folder. There we go. And for this one, 3 nodes, back to back. Very easy. Last one, time of day, just restarts the whole thing. System, transition time. System, transition time. So for this one, the game is starting at, we said 5:30. And I want it to do nighttime, so we'll say what is, so 7 o'clock. It's 1900. Took longer than I wanted to get to that. Alright, 1700. Or sorry, 1900. 1900, come on. And this one's going to be 5:30. However, this one's only going to be 15 minutes. And then, because I only want 15 minutes of night. So, as you can see, it says transition seconds. So, between 1900 and, like, when the time of day hits 1900 or 7 p.m. in game, it will take this many seconds to hit 5:30 in the morning the next day. So for that, 300 seconds is 5 minutes. I want it to take around 15 minutes, so it's going to be 900 seconds. Now this one should be 2,700 if I'm correct, because it should be 3,600 seconds for an hour. Let me double check myself though. 3,600 divided by 60 equals 60. So we got 60 minutes in there. 900 plus 2,700 equals 1 hour. Excellent. And then, so what will happen in this alone is that the time of day is going to start at 5:30, just before sunrise, during civil morning twilight, and then this will activate and it'll start the transition time. It will take 45 minutes of time in game, 45 real life minutes for the time of day to change to 7 p.m. in game. And then it will take another 15 minutes after that
to transition the time to 5:30, the original time that we were at. Then, once that is completed, the event will restart in this event. The only thing to notice is that for each one of these nodes that I at least read in the Discord for VTOL VR, I believe it was something that Spawn said, pretty much is that each one, it says like, oh, delay seconds. Every time a new node, like this little right here, every time it goes to a node, it takes around a second, maybe two, to actually be like, all right, whoop, that's a little process second, so it takes a second or two to process the next action and start it over. So you're always going to have at least a 1 second delay. Depending on your computer, it can be up to 2 seconds. That should just be noted. That way, because everything is based in seconds, you know, if you have long server time, you can start getting off because you'd be like, oh, why is my day switching in like 12:30 instead of like on the hour when I started my server? That's the reason why there's sometimes some time delays in the actual processing of the events. All right, now we got our time of day. Sorry for that little delay. Hopefully it was helpful to some people if you wanted an answer to things. And then next one is going to be weather selector. And this one will also be pretty large, but we're going to go there because that's unfortunately not going to be available for some time. Um, oh, wrong button. Control I brings up the scenario info. That's how I get to it a little bit quicker. We just want 12 o'clock so we can see everything. And then a new sequence. Nope, new timed event. Let's go back to this. So we want a 1 hour weather pattern. Here's something very specific about the weather patterns. Where is it? System. We're going to go into system and then transition weather. So I'm just going to show it here. Wind. Oh, I guess that would be better, wouldn't it? We'll look at them all together. We got wind, weather, and time. So another issue that we have is transition seconds is not unlimited like it would be for like transition time of day. Transition time of day, I can put 45 minutes. I can go, looks like 99,999. Final Fantasy maximum status. Um, don't even know how long that would actually be. That's clearly over a couple days. So we're not capable of running a server for a couple days time. But if that's its maximum, transition weather should be something similar, right? It's not. It's not even 15 minutes. It's only 10. So the maximum amount of time that we can transition weather is only 10 minutes of time, and that should be used as a baseline for how much weather you want to have. For me, because I am doing time of day within a 1 hour time period, where you know morning and night will be within an hour or at an hour time frame. Uh, this allows me to set it up so where I can have 5 minute weather changes, or I can have 6, 7, 8 minute, all the way up to 10 minute weather changes. I usually stay with the 5 to 10 minute weather changes because it's nice and easy, and then I can actually break it up and either give you guys an extra 5 minutes in a weather pattern, or I can give you 10 minutes of just constantly changing weather that is absolutely horrendous. Or I can just give you maybe 3 changes over an entire hour period and just have a nice easy day for weather, which is some of the things that we're going to do. This is the part where we will now be designing the aircraft, or sorry, the wind and weather, which is going to take another majority of the time. We spent about an hour putting out the units and doing some stuff for them. We're not 100% done, but we got the majority of them out. The weather is going to take a massive chunk of time. So, and then time of day, or sorry, transition wind as well. As you can see, 9,900. Our limit is 10 minutes. Um, Depending on what the weather pattern is, if it's supposed to be stormy, if there's supposed to be wind shear, if it's just supposed to be a nice cool day. Nice days usually have 600 seconds, 10 minutes of transition time, so it's not an immediate abrupt change. However, with today's mission, we are adding in wind shear, so it will be within 5-10 seconds. We'll actually double check the definition of wind shear to make sure if it is within a short time, if it's less than 5 seconds, less than 10 seconds, we're within that time frame to make it as real as possible, because we're not always going to be able to be as real as possible, but if we're able to program at least a core of reality into there, it'll be a little bit more fun for everyone. So, alright, now that we've got that, let's get started. We're going to delete that action, transition weather. We're not going to have the wind right now. We got, I'm going to start everything to clear, excellent. And then if, oh, I forget, let's get my handy dandy calculator back up. So 3,600 seconds is an hour. Excellent. Alright. So this should be at 3,000. Oh. And I know a lot of people are saying, why am I using a weather pattern? Or sorry, why am I using a timed event instead of a sequence event? I know a lot of people in the VTOL VR discords don't like timed or triggered events and say that sequence events can do everything just as well. Sometimes, yes. However, if I don't want the sequence to be based on, like, I want the weather pattern to be like, alright, at this time, I don't want it to be based on anything else. I don't want it to be triggered on that, and I really just want it to be based on the time that the mission starts and nothing else. Timed event groups are fantastic, and especially with the weather patterns that I'm making, I really hope that Boundless Dynamics do keep the timed events at least, or at least, yeah, keep the timed events, and then if need be, merge the trigger sequences into the trigger events up here into the sequence events, so that we can still use triggers. I Some of them are capable of being used here. I just figure that maybe the whole thing could be used in there as like a conditional sequence instead of having its own. But timed events, I definitely like having them separate because I don't want it to. It's just a lot cleaner than having this and then, delay seconds. There's always a new node or something like that. Entry and exit conditions confuse a lot of people, and Spawn themselves have said that. So either they're gonna like change the mission editor completely, which would be quite a bit even for me to relearn. But of course we would do it. Um, but hopefully they would keep the timed events. So. But this, we do have to, since we only have 1 hour, everything we should kind of work a little bit backwards. So this is going to take 600 seconds. This one will take 600 seconds. If my headset dies or disconnects again, I'm going to go get a wire and connect it. It should just be the power, but it says it's green still, so I don't know why it keeps beeping at me like that.
600. For this one, we're gonna have a nice time of day. Scattered. Oh no, we'll do view, scattered, broken. We'll just have that. This will just be a default. Excellent. Alrighty. So now we've got 3,000. And then it'll clear up at the end. Actually, here, we'll make this 2,100. Give a little extra time at the end for clearing. Handy dandy calculator. So 3,600. Everything's got to be within 900. So this one would be, we'll say, 2,000. Excellent. There we go. So just after 15 minutes, about 17 minutes, it'll turn to scattered, and then broken, and it'll turn back to clear. Not a big weather pattern day. That's perfectly fine. Alright, so now we've got a storm. So we'll start at scattered. We'll skip over broken. Oh, sorry, doing some math here, making sure I'm not going to go over. Alright. Excellent, excellent. Alright, perfect. And each one of these is going to be 600. So it's scattered to overcast, overcast, rain, rain the storm, storm to broken. That's instantly. We want 600 here, 1,200 here, 1,800 here, 26, or no, 2,400, sorry. And that 6 will take us, excellent, wait, 3, 4, yeah, so instantly scattered, then overcast, then it goes to rain, then it goes to a storm, then it goes to broken, okay. Which takes us right to 3,000. We'll add a little bit more storm time. Because then this will end. Yeah. Give you guys just under 2 minutes before it resets again. Nah, no, you don't need that. You want more storm time. That's what you want. Ooh, actually, here. We'll do mix default. Two thousand 400, 1800, 1200. Weather. I know everyone's like, why is the wind not coming in? I don't want to worry about the wind just yet. We're going to get the base weather patterns out of the way. Clear is not fun. We'll do this. And then see. Ooh, we'll do a little bit of a foggy one. A little bit of overcast. 600. Control C. Control V. Command V if you're on Apple, but I'm not sure if this game works well on Apple. Excellent. And the only reason why I always have it set to clear at the bottom is because of the time change. Usually it'll be around nighttime for that clearing to happen, and flying during the night is not going to be easy. It will not always be like that, but during at least this flight training, all weather systems will end in a clearing. Oh, you know what? I wonder. There we go. And I think I should be now streaming in VTOL or in the Discord as well. Hopefully, we will find out. Excellent. All right. So we got those weathers. We got that all set up, ready to go. Scenario info. Weather presets. Alright. Excellent. We'll say Toy Story wallpaper. Nope. Save that real quickly. So this is the base stuff for it. Weather presets. Okay. 4,000 feet. The entire island is 100% viewable. That's excellent. So now we want nice fluffy clouds.
My cloud design is not the best currently. Or at least the looks of it are not. I am still running on the potato graphics from actually running in 3D. Or sorry, in VR. I need them to be farther is fine. Maybe they're just too dense. We want puffy clouds, but we don't want them to be rain clouds. We don't need them to be so close together. But I still need them to be large. People like flying through clouds. They always dream of it. But a dark cloud is a scary cloud. We want light and fluffy clouds. What's it look like from down here? It's not too bad. I hate how it looks from up top. We can add some extra layers to it. Layering is always good. One lady on YouTube said layering is good, and I just can't remember what her name was. Said if you remember one thing from this video, remember layering, boys. Whatever. We can't have too much though. We still want to see the island. There we go. No precipitation, no fog density, no lightning chance. We're not going to touch anything else. We'll bring Cirrus back just a tiny bit. We just want little tiny wisps. There we go. So now, it's not just one layer of cloud, it's two layers, but it's not too bad. Here, let's raise it up about a kilometer. That makes me a little happier. Alright. We want it to be 4,800, just a little bit lower, because I want the clouds to move up and down. The heavier a cloud is, the lower it should be. Unless there's a storm and there's a lot of uplifting action. Some holes in there. Okay, there you go. It's a cloudy day, but there's still some holes. Tiny wisp of shadows, tiny wisp of cirrus. Got a few layers and some few perspective. Excellent. Alright, so you've got the clouds, which is going to cut the ground and airborne people, so people can have fun in the air and people can have fun on the ground, and they're almost two separate maps. There's then going to be the cirrus layer, the top layer of clouds, which will give perspective on how far things are, some depth perspective, and then the strato clouds will just kind of give you an extra layer, but they're also pretty far out as well. So it's just more so of the depth perception in these cloud layers. Let's build a storm. We want a story day. Let's see. We'll do 4,500. Oh. If it's a storm, it's gotta be cloudy. Precipitation is at max. Now this is the time where you get to choose whether what type of storm you want. You can have just a regular rainstorm, or we can have a thunderstorm. Come on, where is it? There we are. Takes a while for the lightning to come through. Story day, 4,500. Double check this. Yeah, that's fantastic. And then what we'll wind up doing is we're going to make our IFR day right now. And it's going to be very important to signify between the day and the night. Because the day, let's rename, let's say 200-foot clearance. Or 200-foot ceiling. Actually, because of the meters, we're going to make it 300 feet. Which is an approximation. The meter is technically 3.3 feet. So it should be 33 feet. Let's just do that. 330 feet. There we go. So we want that. That's 5,000. That should be 105 meters. No, that's... Oh, let's try this again. Okay, so that's about 100 feet. I want... Like, you need to pop out, and then boom, runway's gonna be right there. Macro cloudiness. And then we'll increase the cloud density as well. Yeah, it is just absolute night. We'll put some rain in there for you guys. Yeah, look how dark that got now. And this is just during the daytime. Let's add some fog in there actually. Just a little bit of haze. make sure, because from this side... Alright, so pretty much... Oh. As they come over this, they're going to be coming right in for it. When do they see it, though? Ooh. Yeah, that'll be tough. Let's keep that in for them. Alright, so then we got IFR day, let's do IFR night. Now the nighttime one, again, we're just going to have, we're actually going to give them a little bit more. And that'll be it. Let's add some layers. Alright, so now we have our IFR day and night. Let's see what the cities look like with these guys. Landing is going to be pretty difficult. Some of the city skyscrapers are actually in the cloud. How nice is that? Oh, I almost just missed an entire city. Oh, yeah. These guys are in it. Oh, you know what would help? Control M to bring up the map. There we go. And everything's looking good on this side. We'll check the city on this side. Let's check the tunnels. I would not fly through that. Someone will. I'll fly through that one, but I won't fly through the other one. I wonder. I want to put you back, but... No, no, you cannot fly through it. And that's the IFR. My only issue is I have no clue which runway is what. Is it left or right for this? That's the big issue. We have no clue. Not a clue. We're gonna keep them just like this, though. Alright, so we got the third weather pattern, which is next. Let's get some new ones in.
As always, like I said before, the weather will clear at the end of this one at least. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 5. Excellent. Excellent system. Weather. And actually, for this one, we're not going to do. We will add a weather change or a wind change to it. Sorry. So the first one, we're going to start with a cloudy day. Actually, I'm sorry. It should be the broken cloudy day, and then it'll go to ours, our custom one. We'll have some storm. Six hundred. 1200, and you gotta be careful. If you don't work backwards on these, that's exactly what's gonna happen. The zero, anything that's a zero will go right back to the top, and you'll have to do it all again. We'll do this one at 2200. This one we'll do at 800. Yeah, give them a little bit extra time. Alright, next one. Alright, so working backwards, weather. And if you guys appreciate how much goes into just the weather patterns themselves, because that took what, 30 minutes for us to come up with some of these guys, and most of them were on, most of these three were default. Only one of them has even custom stuff. So but we haven't tested it, we haven't put it into action yet. These are just the basics of them, and we got about 6 more to build. If you guys appreciate this, please donate at coffee.com/DartVR. That way I can actually buy more coffee, stay awake during the server so I can be a moderator for y'all, and then at the same time try and survive in this crazy world. Let's see. Oh, right there. Weather. And if you guys ever have any questions about the weather system or anything like that, ask me in Discord, ask me on YouTube in here, and I will do my absolute best to answer it for y'all. Uh, my only issue is that, sometimes I won't see it. Here, let's check YouTube real quickly. Nope, just Floop, and he said that a while ago, so,
so far it seems that we're doing good. Don't really have anything else currently, but if you guys have any questions whatsoever later on or going forward, please absolutely ask me. That way I can answer them. Sometimes it does take me a little bit to get to you guys, but I am 100% appreciative of it. Alrighty, and now today, this one is all going to be very bad. So we've got the overcast. And we'll have the storm. The IFR day to IFR night to the clearing. It should be at 3,000. Actually, we'll make this one. See, on this one, we'll take 5 minutes for it. There we go. And we'll reduce the time it takes for these guys to come in. Everything else will be standard, though. These guys will be 600. Oh, I did it again. 1,200. 1,800. Because the IFR day and night are the big ones that I want to get in. So let's see, 1,800. So it should be around 2,700. Yeah, because 5 minutes will give us up to 3,000, and then another 5 minutes would take us to there. So it should actually be 25. I'm sorry, 24, 4, 6, 7. Yeah, it's 2,400. That way the night stuff will come in. Excellent. So that's 10 minutes of IFR day. Ooh. 7 of night though. We'll make you, yeah, 2,500. There you go. That makes me happier. Alright. IFR, excellent. Weather pattern. What are we at? 7. It's a nice day. Nice day all around. Weather, weather, weather. Scattered, diffuse.
Toy Story, excellent. Actually, maybe this would be better at a 2000. This would be better with it. We'll have scattered, we'll have a couple more clouds, then it'll go back down, and it'll clear out. Not what to me, because it's more, sorry, more or less than going back to more. Okay. My bad, 2000, 1000. Again, just supposed to be a nice day. Weather pattern. Oh, what was the other ones I made? Alright, let me... Let's make another one. Oh, my bad. Click on the right thing. There we go. New weather pattern. And then what we want is moving clouds. That's what I had made. Moving clouds. So this up, it's either 8,000 or 0. So we start them at 8,000. Cloud layer. I should have saved what I had made, and I didn't, and that was a fool. If you guys ever start making stuff like this, don't be like me. What you want to do is make a notepad. I have a notepad now for them, but I forgot for these ones. Um, make a notepad, and if you have a specific thing that you want to reuse for a map over and over for other maps, then you have all those settings. I forgot, and I now have the notepad for other stuff, but or other map settings, but I really missed this one. Pretty much what we're doing with the moving clouds is that we're going to start at the top, and then we're going to work our way down in uh, groups of either between 500 or 1,000 all the way up to 1,500. So you can move it down each section by 500 meters, or you can move it down by 1,500 meters, and then you can move it back up and back down. And this will create somewhat of a natural movement in the cloud system, um, is what I kind of found. So we'll design it first, and we'll make it go uh, every 10 minutes. It'll keep changing, or every 10 minutes. So we'll have 10 of these most likely. A couple of them that are in the halfway points. So because it will be hitting the ground as well. And we do also want to make sure that we do have holes in it, because as we go down, it could change. And the difference is that this changes where the holes are depending on what you do. So let's say you know, I don't want this guy there. We can do this, or like you see there. Now he's gone, and I can just add it in, and then I can still see the mountaintop. But if I didn't want to see the mountaintop, I'd put this back and move it there. And I'm only seeing a part of it, but as you can see, the macro cloudiness and the cloudiness work together in inversely at certain points. But it's still very nice. But we want there to be holes. We want aircraft to be able to. I don't want them to poke through. I want them to punch through. I want them to see a gap and be like, there we go. Excellent. A little bit more cloud density. And if I did not have potato settings, it would probably look better. Oh, let's go back up so I can see. Cirrus clouds are up there. Again, just a little bit of layering. Shadow cumulus are actually below us at this point. So if we had too much, we can just wind it all out. We don't want that. I want you to fly through it and not feel like you're in another world. There you go. Alright. Moving clouds at 7K. What did I have for this one? 59 and 72, 67, 62. But it's a little bit lower. We'll have a lot more cirrus clouds on this one. I want to see more, like Prism will say. Haze is usually a different area. Moving cloud, 6K. I tried to put a K in there. That was ridiculous. And then the strato clouds are actually in those. We can kind of cover it up a little bit. There we go. And the layers are looking like a fence. And now we're gonna go back up. And let's do moving clouds and okay, 6.5. I don't want to do 7.5. We'll do 5.5. Let's add a little bit of rain in there. And 5,000.
little bit more cirrus clouds this time. They're very thin, very thin. And stratocumulus kind of seems to work against them sometimes. It kind of seems like it's just another second layer to those. 5K, my bad. Okay, and then moving. Oh, this is gonna be a pain in my butt. What was that? Was that 1800? So that's 2100 next. 24. 27. 3000. 33. Oh, 3300. There we go. Whew. And this one's the big one. So clear. And all these guys are going to take 300. And we're going to practice with these guys because I've never done a 5-minute system, but I've always done 10 minutes because 10 minutes seems to be slow enough that you don't really notice the weather system is changing too much. But we're going to see what happens with 5 minutes when the weather system is actually a little bit similar. And we're just going to run it over and over and over again. Excellent. Alright, there we go. Set there. And then the first one should be at the highest. And we're going to move down. Then you move back up a little bit. Drop back down. Drop another. Go back up. 5. 6.5. Gonna be at 5. We'll be at 6. And again, we'll double check, make sure that we are not jumping more than 1500 meters per 5 minutes, or within a time change. So 1000, 1000. Excellent. 1 kilometer down, 1 kilometer down, 1 up.
1.5, or sorry, half down, or sorry, 1 kilometer down, half up, half down, 1 kilometer up, 1.5 down, 1 kilometer up, moving to clear. Okie dokie. That's just the moving cloud. Now we gotta do. We'll have two sets of fog. We'll have natural fog, where like at the very bottom of the weather screen, we'll see like the fog down here. So fog density, fog height, and fog fall off, and that'll be natural fog. And then we'll have cloud plane fog. This fog is quite literally, we're just bringing down the entire cloud plane down to here. I can make it very white instead, so it feels like you're actually going through clean, clean clouds instead of what this is, what looks like a dirty cloud, like haze and stuff, which is perfectly fine, but I don't want to do that. So, then we've got fog fall off. I think this is just how far you can kind of see things in the fog, and it's just making it very difficult. So, for this, we'll do. I don't want to see. Here, we'll go out here. And we'll change the time of day to nighttime. Can I see the lights? I can. So this type of fog should probably be only during the day then. That's making it a lot clearer. So we'll have clear fog. My bad. Fog natural. We want maximum fall off. We don't want the height to be too high. We just want there to be dense fog just around the island. I guess not too dense, but I don't want you to be able to see the island too well. Up above, it's very difficult. Excellent, you're coming into land. I know it's slow, I'm sorry. I'm trying to work through it. And coming in, we're at 1,000 meters. So we're 3,000 feet above the ground. How far are we? About 3,700. Okay, so I'm liking this fog so far. It seems like it's still going to be difficult. You can still fly up and it'll change the entire environment from up above and down below. We'll still be able to complete the landing and pickup objectives once they are in. Okay. Alright, so the fog. Doing well. I don't need that. No, we don't need any rain either. Fog doesn't have rain, otherwise it would disperse it. Saved, excellent. Alright, let's get another one. Oh, I closed out the entire thing I needed. Weather preview, excellent. New cloud fog. So lucky this map is small. Don't have to go looking around at too much. Let's see. Alright, so cloud fog, what we wanted to do, bring it down. Density, very light. But we need you guys to be everywhere. I feel like that's more of a natural fog. Mm,
Hello there.
okay, density is all set. Oh, no. For some reason, it does not allow me to do that. What am I trying to do? Oh, I am muted in the Discord, my bad. There you go, Discord. Sorry, Nath.
How's it going?
Let's see. Oh, no, I don't want to discard those changes. Good to hear from ya. Yeah, we're just doing weather, and I'm trying to put a fog in the tunnel for y'all. I don't think it's going to go well. Looks a little bit better. I feel like that's the natural fog. Here, we'll name this
Don't tell me
fog.
it's going to be one of those massive running things. We've got to fly through that tunnel.
I'll be adding some more stuff to the tunnel as well. I want to, oh my gosh, I can't remember what they're called. The flares, there we go. I was like, flashes, strobes. I was like, no, the light. Let's see. Save that. Alright, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 13 presets. That's just the moving. Alright, let's get nice about this one is because this is the standard map. 3 of those weather patterns are already like all the default ones are specifically made for this map, so cut the weather pattern time down significantly. What's weather pattern? 8. What's weather
Are you
pattern?
telling me we can't have 1 second tornado, the next second clear, next second tornado, next second clear?
We
That
could
sounds
do that.
boring.
Yeah, we could do that though. Heck, I thought I was almost gonna have like my first tornado in my state. I mean, not the first in my state, but the first I've ever seen. Um, we had hail, marble-sized hail, and I've never seen it before. So,
Imagine that though. You're trying to do approach. You're just being beaten up by the wind.
oh, that is gonna happen in this one. I haven't done it yet.
No.
Yeah, we are gonna be adding wind to it. So, we got 1 through 8. We got 9. Got
At least I
moving.
remember to bring the landing gear down.
Yes, you won't have to forget about the landing gear down. Unless you're in.
Not after last time.
Not after last time. However, I don't know if you saw, but we did have some pretty good coming in now. So, and actually, that's the one that I'm going to be building. You know, we may just have an IFR day.
That'd be interesting.
System.
If you're doing an IFR day and you want me to be specific LSO officer, you don't have to worry about LSO as well on a carrier, feel free.
Yeah, I'm not changing the LSO's frequencies anymore. I'm just gonna let them be on them because I'm not expecting any more than one carrier to have the because this allied aircraft carrier is the only one with the LSO in the spectate position. Um, I've got an anchored one over here, and then I do have this one over here, the moving carrier. However, I may replace this one with the large one, now that I'm thinking about it, so people can have fun landing on the enemy carrier.
But it will enemy carrier. But it will completely depend on minute work shifts.
I think
500 yard, let's go.
you got it no matter what. It's just another boat. Let's see. I want to do the fog, and I want to do the IFR day, so we're going to do. Was it low? How low was it? Because I do not remember anymore. Overcast.
Yeah, that seems pretty
That's good low.
good. That.
Definitely good low. And for anyone on YouTube who wants to come talk, you can always come up on Discord and join me and Nath. We're here building
Oh, yeah,
together.
Floop says that your mic sounds pretty quiet.
Yeah, he said that a little bit earlier. About
Yeah.
probably an hour ago now. It doesn't tell me what time he said it, but I did
Compared to
notice.
me, you're definitely quiet.
Let me double check. Is that better?
Yeah, better for
Okay.
me.
So, I try not to have the mic right next to my mouth because I don't want you guys to just hear me screaming all the time. But if that's better for you guys to hear, then I'll keep it there. So,
It is
um,
definitely clipping, but it is loud.
yeah, the headset that I'm using is definitely going to be a little bit older. I just don't have the money for, a new good. So just use what I have, and we're doing our best. Oh, that's not the right one. Okay. Stormy day. No. IFR day. IFR night.
This month's Patreon money goes to getting a new headset.
Yeah. All the coffee money goes to either
everything aviation pretty much is what that coffee money goes to, keeping me awake, making sure I can build these missions all the time, server time, a new headset so I can actually talk to you guys on this without having those clips and you guys can hear me. Now I'm starting to worry that the actual headset on the Oculus may be better for me.
Yeah, I was going to open a bottle of cider, which I've wish I bought a year ago.
You,
But I'm not sure if I should on stream or not.
oh,
Toy
well,
Story wallpaper.
give me just a second. Go ahead and speak real quickly.
Hello.
Yeah, so you're still here with me. Um, I mean, they can't see you, and it's cider. So,
Exactly.
and you're in the UK, so I'm not too worried about it right now. Um,
What is Toy Story wallpaper?
oh, well, this is just that's the that's the inspiration. So, the Toy Story wallpaper, which is the blue sky with those perfect clouds. And it's just
Oh,
the way that I describe the actual weather. Um, there's actually sometimes there was this person who had eyes as blue as the Toy Story wallpaper, and that's how I described it. I was like, your eyes are as blue as the Toy Story wallpaper in the very beginning. Best way I could describe them. Oh no, we want this to be the cloud. There we go. Actually, we'll do two of these. Fog standard. Oh, and Nath, this is actually a good time to mention that we are going to be doing some very extracurricular ATC activities sometimes. Speaking of
I,
drinking, so I am hoping to,
oh,
because the
how do
campaign
those two
is
things have anything related to each other?
the campaign is now over. We're going to have, there's like drunk history and all that. I think I'm going to try to do because I don't drink much, so it's very easy for me to get inebriated. Um, but we'll have some drunk ATC days, not live of course, but we'll record them and then we'll
Of
post them,
course.
making sure that they're all good. Still same standards as
This is
always.
very this is very fun that you just got completely off the rails.
Turn on your
I'm
damn
so
lights!
messed up.
I swear to the Lord, if you do not have your lights. Uh,
I'll get my gun.
Alright, so let's get these guys set. So this will be 600, and then this will be 1200.
So I've got to figure out how to open this bottle without a bottle opener. Because I don't know. I need to buy a bottle opener.
You don't have a bottle opener, but you have a bottle?
I don't have a bottle. I know. It's like a cork, but I don't need a cork remover for a cork. I can just push it and then leave a dent in the ceiling, you know?
Okay, that works, yeah. I can see that. Hmm.
I'm going to pry the lid off with a file.
Alright, you got a neighbor? Maybe they got something? I don't want you to, like, cut yourself. Like, on street.
Oh, you
Ah!
Oh, you haven't heard about my calamities the past week, have you? Oh,
I have not
you've got a
yet, but
few
now I'm even
stories.
worried.
Yeah. Oh, you should be worried. Yeah, yeah.
We'll save it for another time when we're not on stream, just in case.
For sure, sure.
Alright, we got
It's
iFi.
some crazy stories, yeah.
To fog standard.
Do I have a bottle opener? I don't have a bottle opener, but do you want to know what I do have? Wow, I can smell it already, and I haven't even opened it. Um, I've got at least 50 IKEA pencils.
50 IKEA pencils.
Yeah, when I go to IKEA, I go around each of the things with pencils and I just take one from everyone that I pass, or sometimes a handful.
You got plenty of pencils then. So what are you, a school
Yeah.
teacher? You just hand them out to kids?
No, I just keep them and then go. I should start drawing with these, and then never do.
You should try. Drawing's fun. It's very creative, and then you can
See, I
draw
find
whatever
I
you
draw
want.
better in black and white, but I want to draw in color, and it makes me so annoyed that I can't draw in color.
Well, why don't you draw in black
Because
and white and then just fill in the color, just like a coloring book?
I just can't get the right colors
What do you
and the
mean?
right shades and the right brightness levels with color. But black and white, I can get the dark correct.
I think you just need to practice more. I
I
think you
do.
can do it. What was I doing? I totally forgot what I was doing.
Wind.
No. I needed to get this fog guy in. That's what I wanted to do. But I just wanted to change the fog to the cloud fog.
So for these extracurricular ATC sessions, do you want me to get a load of booze as well?
Sure, we can have everyone do it. I mean, they will
Oh yeah,
be
drunk pilots,
recorded
so good.
for like just standby to see if anything's good and if we can do it. But if we can't be like professional on it, like I understand like we can't cuss, but if uh we can still get the job done and still have some fun with it, I think it'll be fine. Because again, it's not real. And that's another thing at the beginning of it. We'll have to say, be like, hey, this is not
Whoa.
real. It's a game. We're all sitting at home with a headset over our face. We would not do this in reality.
What's up?
Like drinking while flying. We
Whoa,
would not do that in
that's really
reality.
strong. That is aged well. Not my thing.
Double checking. Alright.
I've opened it now. I can't put the lid back on because it's not one that can be reused.
Well, you gotta drink it all now.
That's the sad part. Tackles though, which is good.
So we got weather pattern 9. Let's do weather pattern 10. So now we have 10 full weather patterns. I probably only took an hour. Thankfully, we're just mixing some stuff together. We're not making new clouds for each one. We'll make it harder on everyone. We'll make the clouds move a little bit
Oh,
quicker. And that way we'll have more time in the crap of it. Excellent. So now we got 10. We'll go over to sequence, weather pattern. And then this is where the fun stuff happens. So, event sequences, oh sorry, system. System, and then system. We want fire random event. There we go. And we had 10 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Timed event, weather pattern 1. Weather pattern 4. Did I miss 5? I missed 5. I can't do that.
rookie
Hang on.
mistake.
It's okay. It's okay. We can go back and fix it real quickly.
But now we're going to need to make another one.
Absolutely, we will need to make another one.
and this one is going to be fog, slightly better fog, slightly worse fog, slightly better fog, slightly worse fog, with wind doing full 360s every 10 minutes.
We can do that. We can do that. Yeah. We'll make.
Oh,
Well, no, you thought of it. It was a really good day. Here, weather pattern and
hell.
really bad day.
Yeah, I'd say that.
All right, and it'll just start off with weather. Do 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 do. Excellent. And then
For some reason, this taste is nostalgic, and it shouldn't be, because that's not what nostalgic means.
what's it taste like?
I don't know, but when I think of the first house that I lived in and that I remember living in, this is the flavor that I taste,
That is weird.
but it shouldn't be. Yeah,
You know,
because
that is definitely weird. I'll say that.
maybe it's because whenever there was a house party, the owner would let me have a few sips.
Probably. So, 300 seconds for that. And we want 300 for that. Let's put. We'll just do 300.
That's 5 minutes.
It is indeed 5 minutes, and that's just the transition. So from start, it'll be a clear day, and then the first transition, it'll take 5 minutes to have the stormy weather program, which will be stormy day. So this is a stormy day. It's nice and high. It'll take 5 minutes to go into that, and then the next thing it will do.
Oh my god.
No. That's just overcast. Hang on. From stormy day, it goes to storm, which is like that. So not as low,
They're
but still
still
rainy.
quite bad. Yeah.
So it's stormy day, then storm, and then it goes to IFR day.
Honestly, a whole mission at Storm could be interesting.
Yeah.
Having to get loads to do bombing runs, that could be interesting.
And just like the other missions before, this is just going to repeat. So there'll be mission, like the pickup objectives will be repeatable. Once you complete it, it's just going to reset itself. So that way, this mission will technically never end. As long as you guys are in it, you can just keep doing it. If the weather programs run correctly, I think I figured out what the issue was in the old ones, and I'll try to fix those as well. But I'm going to try and fix it in this one. But once the weather program runs through, it usually stops and it won't choose another random event for some reason. So I think I know what to do. I just have to double check. And the random event is going to have multiple other events that I have to make the call for them. So just having these 10 basic ones is nice. But yeah, so it's stormy day, IFR. Oh, here. Stormy day, storm, then the IFR. And you won't have a lot of time in any of them. You won't have a lot of time in this storm. Okay.
15 seconds with a 5 minute transition. Yeah.
The storm is 9. 1500, yeah. We'll do an IFR night. Or actually, We'll do dirty fog. And then we'll do
Is that like Black Eyed Peas' Dirty Bit, but very fun?
It's just like really, really hazy. Like if you use the cloud plane and you bring it all the way down, you can make it like a nice white fog, so it's like San Francisco fog. Otherwise,
Which is the one that I really hate landing in the
the
AV-42?
the standard fog, because of how like dirty it looks, like a bunch of dirt and dust got kicked up. So it's more of like a huge dust storm with how much brown there is in it.
Because you know in Operation Home Turf, at the end it's really strong winds. I
Oh,
hate that so much.
I
It's
can't.
fun, but it's tricky as a.
Yeah, and I think it's Operation Base Drop that has the winds at or the haze at the start, with the pickup, if I remember correctly. Oh, I lost my track. 1500. So we need 20. So that's 10 minutes. Actually, here we'll shorten that down.
Does this count as my one of my five a day?
Say that
So
again?
it is made of apples. Does this count as one of my five a day? Because it
No,
is made of apple.
no. You gotta actually chew the apple.
Oh,
Like this.
let me read the bottle. See if it says.
2300. And then this one will be the last one.
This is carbohydrate. What? That makes sense. Look quite tasty.
Oh,
Want to know something I can do? My mum, when I was reasonable teenager age, around 12, taught me how to make like a horn sound with balls.
hang on. So you just make like bull
What?
sounds? Do you go to Spain and
Real annoy everyone, yeah.
Okay, weather pattern 10 is set, so we got 0, 7, 1300, 2300,
Oh,
2800,
see, currently this ball sounds like a horny owl.
a horny owl.
Yeah, well, no, that's that type of owl, okay? It's not like, it's a type of owl.
Yeah. Weather pattern selected. Alright, here we go. Weather pattern 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. 6,
I was straight.
7. And the great thing about this is that because we're actually going to drop to around 100, or sorry, beyond 100, we're going to drop them down to 50. And the final one,
And this one's going to be number 11.
no, number 10.
Oh, there you are.
And actually, let's see.
I dropped that way. That's going to be so annoying for everyone.
Uh, we could put them at 50, or we can keep them at 100. There's no reason to actually drop them to 50.
Keep them at 100, but put the last one at 50 because everyone's going to hate that one.
No. Everything's even. Alright, so the random event starts. I don't want people to really care about the weather pattern. Once that is completed.
Can we get a like a list of which events in the actual campaign are the actual campaign event missions?
So like the objectives.
No, like which selectable missions are the ones that we're meant to play and complete, and which are test ones?
I'm a little confused. Say that again.
Because some of the missions seem like test missions that are in the campaign.
Oh yeah, sometimes they would break. And the events here are all backlot, backstage. So unless I have something say like let's go system tutorial display message, you guys won't see anything in these events. There's no way for me to actually show you what goes on beyond this, behind the scenes of the actual mission besides these, like by doing these lives. The KC-49 and like the MQ-31, I can show you guys like the equips that were given for them and all that. But as in order to like put the event tabs up in like the flight log or game log, I'm not able to do. That's just all back end. So, and then if you were ever wondering, what you could do is like when you every time you open up VTOL VR, there's something called the player log, which really just runs everything that happens in the VTOL VR application and saves it as a backup file, but only for that one run. So every time you restart it, it deletes itself and rewrites over itself. But you could see like in that folder, you would see when I start the mission, eventually you would see time of day event, begin, and or weather pattern selector event begin, and then fire random event condition weather pattern 1 selected, and all that stuff. That's the only place that you can actually see the backhand stuff working in the application, if that's what you're asking. But otherwise, the only thing I have to show you guys from here, oh,
No,
is
I was
the
asking because I was trying to run a speedrun event with your missions, but some of the missions we hadn't done in your servers.
oh, okay, and like, oh, some of the objectives. That's right, I remember. What was it? I think it was the one of the pickup objectives, I believe it was, where it says you need to complete it, but it doesn't actually. Like the mission completes itself without it for some reason. Is that correct?
No, I'll send you a message
Okay.
like another day with a little video.
No problem. Yeah, because I'm not sure. Because I think it's Operation Building or Building the Fleet. That mission is where one of them, the mission, like it says you gotta pick them up, but the instant you pick them up and you start taking them somewhere else, it completes the entire mission. So you never actually get to complete that drop off. Um, I know it's a little weird, and actually I think there's a part in that where it skips over it, so you technically don't even need to pick them up. You just need to land. But I will do better on labeling those objectives, so you don't have to worry about that going forward.
All right, I'll take that into the speedruns chat. I'll write this down.
Yeah. And give me, because next week is going to be the last week for updates for the 2025 campaign. After that, I'm not going to touch it anymore. I'm just going to work on the 2026 campaign, so these first 3 missions can be ready by January, at least the first week of January. Um, I was still thinking about doing that PvP competition for you guys during the winter time. Um, but right now, I want to get this up and running for y'all. Thing ready for 2026. Oh, and then what was it? So that delays and that triggers that event. I need to find out whether
Oh my gosh, I've just seen how many games want to update.
How many what?
I've just seen how many games want to update on my computer.
Oh,
Oh no.
gotta keep them updated. Oh,
It's going to take a while.
see, my issue is right now is I don't know if when this fires its random event, it's going to run the timed weather patterns. Um, if it runs the timed weather patterns and then just continues on with this, I need this to be waiting, and I need one of these to be set to 3,600. I need it to delay its time, because then that's the reason why it's not selecting. Because let's say, and I'm talking it out, but let's say, oh, why did this erase itself? Oh, I'm gonna have to redo it. Okay, that's not a problem. Alright, so we go through
You forget.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. It goes through and it's going to choose one of these weather patterns. What I'm worried is going to happen is that while it's running the weather pattern, it continues running the rest of the event sequence, which may happen. And if it is, that's not too big of a problem. It's just not something I know.
Yes, 3.
Yeah, I did. Thank you. Always double check me. Let's make sure we get this right. 4, then 5 will be next. 5, 6. So if I need to, that weather selected will let me know, hey, the weather's been selected already. You need to put a timer in for that. If I don't see it within 5 minutes of it coming up, then I think I should be all set to just keep going with it. Oh, no, timed event. There we go. I got confused what I was doing. Ten, nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blast off. Excellent. Alright. So we'll put this on a 60-second delay. And we'll do 120. Time of day is instantaneous and has to transition through that. We've already proven that. We don't know about this. If this is true, then this event sequence needs to be restarted. However, we can't restart that sequence without all of these guys shutting down. And what we're going to do is we're going to call them to stop. This was the other thing that I was worried about, that the weather patterns kept the even after it was completed, so the timer was still going with it, and that way the timed event would never reset because it was always still on another timed event. This way all of them should stop regardless of what event it is, hopefully reset them.
No, stop.
Weather reset.
That brand new band, Weta. They play Weezer songs, but made
Yeah.
entirely out of wheat.
Timed event. Weather begin. Oh, wait a minute. I'm a fool. If that was going to happen because of these, it was going to happen over there as well. I need the sequence to immediately stop. Little mistake, but something that we can fix real quickly. Better catch now than after the first game. Oh, just need one event. Oh, I'm gonna need one more. There we go.
I think we should just start bad weather on reset. Yeah. Just really annoy everyone.
Weather pattern reset. Restart. Okay. And then time of day set. Excellent. Well, actually, we're not gonna have any other objectives besides this guy, so. The issue with having landing objectives, which I used to want, I just got like big beeps from my headset. That was very weird. Like doot 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 doot. Let's see. Alright. I can have a landing objective. And I can have you guys land on each one of the runways. Well, no, for the runways would have to be at gateway. For this, I can do it. I'll have to push the aircraft out a little bit more. The ships out a little bit more. So I can do it here. You should only be really going at 150.
Let's be honest. If you're not landing within that, you're not landing on that plane.
Yeah. I've seen people who like they break the wire and then they'll come like from here and then they'll just kind of drift right over, just missing it. And I'm pretty sure even you've done it a couple times. And like you'll
Yeah, that's
stop
once.
right there, or like this edge right here will catch you. So sometimes I
That's
do.
because
Go
I
ahead.
come in at 130 knots, not 270
Yeah,
whatever.
true. But I probably will keep it at 150, and then we'll just move these guys a little bit farther away. Oh, there we go. Yeah, you should be 150 as well. So 150 for them all. But for here, the issue is that the runways just kind of overlap with each other. So, lighting. Wait, do we only have... How long is this runway? This is like some of the shortest runways we actually have, just so you know. 2,000 meters, that's ridiculous. I think a couple of the other runways that we have are... I think the smallest one is like around 3,000. And the longest one we have is around 5.
Really?
I think so.
Well, I thought there was more variation.
There is. It's just because, like, the smallest one I think is 3,000 meters for us, and this is 2,000, so it's like an extra 3,000 feet short. So like this is only 6,000 feet, and we're used to like 9, and I think one of them goes up to like 12,000 feet. I think the long one, the double one, where they crisscross. I'd have to double check it. But
Yeah.
yeah, he
Like
had
someone's
some.
burnt their toast.
Yeah.
Why are they making toast at midnight?
Man, sometimes toast just hits the spot. Ooh, I got a message on Discord. Oh no, it's on
Yeah.
VTOL.
Look, toast when it's been... What's the word when you... what you do to dead people?
Oh.
Toast that's been burnt is not good.
Oh yeah. Burnt toast is bad. I like buttered toast. You can put it in a like
That's good,
toast it
isn't
and
there?
put some butter on it. Makes it better.
Buttered toast
Mm.
with ham, cheese.
Buttered toast with anything almost. I'll even take molasses if I need to. I may not enjoy it as much as I would with just buttered toast, but ooh, you know what? Buttered toast with a little bit extra butter and some MSG. Mmm.
We
Alright, I gotta focus on this plane stuff. I'm making me hungry.
is the
Alright, so KC-49 is in a large orbit. Drones are following that. Runways are set. 4 objectives. We can do landing objectives, but we'll make it for the carrier.
I wish that we could design our own airports in this game.
Say it again.
We should be able to design our own bases.
And I did recommend that, and I think some other people recommended it as well. So hopefully soon, they will have it. But as of this moment, he doesn't. I think he was just working too much on his other. What am I trying to say?
Project?
The virtual fighter maneuvers.
That's fair. If he wants to get that game out, then
Yeah.
more power.
Oh.
You just have me over here making city skylines bases.
I keep losing you, sorry. I have to like come.
Gotta really focus.
Well, it's not about focusing. I think it's my headset. May lose people because I keep hearing it beep, but I'm gonna pull out the thing real quickly.
Is it a wireless headset?
It is wireless, yes, but for some reason it does not want to do its damn job.
Do you need to charge it?
No, it says it's green.
Weird.
Hang on. Unplugging it, so you're gonna lose me real quick.
Wasn't wrong, we did lose him. Welcome back. Nope, he's still not here.
How's this? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Alright. I put it on its little wireless dongle thing, so now the actual mic unit is right next to me.
so hopefully it'll pick me up a little bit better. And it's not going to be right in the heat, so hopefully maybe that was it. Maybe it was just overheating and it was trying to tell me that. So land on the
Yeah, I was just guessing that you're gonna have me making city skylines bases all in script.
land on the anchored. Oh, land on carrier 1. Here, we'll just do that. Bloop. And this will be carrier. Oh, here. That's right. We gave this a number. Carrier 88.
When my first paycheck comes in, you know that I'm gonna be naming one of those carriers.
Yeah.
Hello. Oh, welcome to the chat.
Are we getting more people?
Hello.
How's it going, Craft?
Well, good. Don't know why, but I've muted Dart.
Let's see. Air tanker event sequences now. Objective just kind of has
Oh,
to
Carcraft. I
reset.
made
Oh,
the I gave him an idea for the final 10th weather pattern for this little training mission. Everyone's gonna hate it so much.
they will indeed.
And what is it?
You'll have to wait and see.
Almost. Yeah, you'll have to wait and see, or watch the stream back.
Oh,
Let's see. Okay, so
Bear in mind, we're
a lot
like
of work.
2.5 hours into stream, so you're gonna have to go 2.5 hours into stream to watch it.
Oh, are we?
Yeah.
How far are we in the stream? Oh, it's not telling me. I gotta go to YouTube. Oh, we are 3.5 hours into it. It's 3 hours and
Yeah.
22 minutes right now.
Wow.
My goodness.
Well, I have to watch 3.5 hours again just to know what you're talking about.
Well, you
I
don't have to.
think
You
you'll
can
have
skip
to.
ahead, of course.
Yeah, you
Everyone skips ahead. I understand.
give about 2:45, and then watch from there.
Uh, um, no, I'll value my time.
No problem. We'll just January, the first week of January, we'll probably all play this anyway, and you'll find out then. So I'm just trying to build the other maps during this time, and the fact that they have different seasons makes it just a little bit difficult, because then you have to build each building in every city and everything else the exact same way, and it's not just one and done. You gotta make it go
I
back and
told him to
forth.
make the possibility, like the weight chance for the my weather selection to be lower than the others. He said no.
Nope.
So it's partly his fault, all right? I'm not entirely to blame.
It is not my fault. I'll put this right up here.
I'm just watching the messages we got, and it looks like we had a server yesterday for me.
Really? Oh yeah. I think that was about when I was gonna. Yeah, I was in bed,
Server.
asleep.
It was a 9 when the service is now
Oh yes.
0.
Oh wait. The last server I had was on the 23rd.
Okay. Because you wrote server delayed hailstorm.
Oh yes,
For
that was today actually, and the server is this live stream.
okay.
That's what it's supposed to be, and I'm just so used to saying server, so.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I was
I just
wondering why there
wanted
was a
to
live stream video. I was thinking, you don't usually upload something at the same time as a mission.
Yeah. So that'll be my bad. I will redo that later on. Um, but at this point, I'm just going to leave it because it's not going to be like It's not too bad. I've got the live stream on the Discord, which if too many people start coming in, I'll have to disconnect it. Because again, I can't control everyone's voice, but we gotta keep it friendly
I
for
could always go
YouTube.
to the small briefing room, just have us guys in there.
We could do that, but right now we're doing pretty good. And
Fun
let's
fact,
see, that's
us,
set.
oh no, hang on. Me and Dirk can't even do that. Damn.
Dart, do you plan on doing servers with live streaming or just server over live streaming?
Today is just the
You
live
think his
stream.
computer can do that?
Yeah,
You think his network will hold out?
today is just the streaming of this mission build. This is the only one that I'm doing today. I'm hoping over this weekend it'll probably be a pop-up server, but we are going to be doing some of the old missions as I go through them, and next week is all editing for the final of 2026, and then October and November and December we are just going to be running missions every other day. The schedule is going to be flip-flopped, so like it will flip-flop, so there'll be some schedules where it'll be Western Hemisphere and then it'll be Eastern Hemisphere, and I will have to put a full 24 hours in between those time changes so that I can get enough sleep or I can actually properly adjust for that time and not burn out. Because there'll be some times where yes, it'll be there are 2 days that it's already planned where we'll have a Western Hemisphere server for like North America, South America, and then it'll go directly into the Eastern Hemisphere server for like Australia all the way over to the United Kingdom for a couple hours. It should be sometime during your early morning.
Oh, good.
For the United Kingdom, I'm trying to get it so like it'll be a nighttime server for North America going to midnight, and then it'll continue on for Australia, and then all the way to Europe, and then the server will shut down for an hour. I am all but guaranteed that there is going to be. Give me a second. Oh, okay. So I need to warn all of you right now that I may lose power. There's a lot going on outside. I'm just getting weather alerts like crazy. I've never gotten this many this quickly before, so I had to look out.
Oh, is the hailstorm cutting off your power? The
I
power grid, or?
it could. The hailstorm could hit one of the power boxes. It could hit one of the power lines because everything we have is above ground because we don't have weather normally like this. Like this is freak weather. So, um, but yeah, the plan is to have like a 12 to 18 hour server. It is going to drop. I can guarantee that I'm going to lose connection during that time frame, and I'll have to reset the server. And yes, the Symphony of Dead servers is in fact a real thing, but I do want to try to get it so that you guys can have what seems to be a full day, and then if someone in North America wakes up early enough, they could jump back up on it and play with you guys as well. Um, and that way I would feel at least that I would try to get like a full day in, and that would be my first full day of server hosting. Alright. That's the plan. I'm trying to host that first big one in the first or second week of October, so that one's coming up. I am also trying to see if I can get one last flight, like an actual real life flight, and I was hoping to see if I could record it so you guys can see the area. I thought you guys might like that as well.
So are you flying or?
Correct, like a real plane.
Okay. Yeah, because if you're flying, you're not allowed to, as far as I know, not allowed to um, make a video because you should be focused on flying the plane, not on calling a video.
Correct. So
That's the first right.
that's why we just use the GoPros. You just attach it to something on the deck or something, and you just hit play. You don't have to worry about it then. You know, if anything goes
Yeah,
wrong,
okay.
you just keep flying the plane. So you just grab what you can. This is carrier 777, right? Yeah. Ooh, that's not even anchored.
Ooh,
And then if you complete the objectives, each time it needs to reset itself. That way you can keep doing it over and over again. That's silly for me to do. What I should do is make it so, just like I had before in the other games, every time you do land on the carrier, you'll get a little green flare. For today, it'll only be for these 10 seconds, because it's going to keep repeating itself.
I've just got an idea. This idea is a little bit different from the maps we have. And I don't think you should host a server with that, more so for single player use. But what about a, a map that's really, really big and you really have to maybe first fly from one airport to another, like for 15 minutes or more, like really, really long, and then you rearm, you refuel, and maybe make a combat air patrol, um, and then get something in.
So, the only issue we have with big maps currently is the load time.
Yeah.
So I do have a large map planned for this campaign. However, it is the only map currently. It is a special map of our world. It's not normal in any way, um, but it will be the largest map that we have. And the issue with it is that just like in the 2025 campaign, missions 16 through 18 were the largest maps that I had, and they took almost 5 minutes to load. For some people, even more. Uh, and that was kind of an issue. So on this one, we are doing smaller maps, but we are going to have one large map that is going to have that time distance. However, it's most likely going to be just like the airlines map, where there will be AI traffic, but there won't
Mhm.
actually be combat traffic. So it'll be more so for weather, wind, just like this, and then radio practice. In this one, I can only do like lights and show people like where their lights are, and like I'll think about adding enemy units to it, but it'll only be a few, because depending on how large the map is, how many people are connected at one time, and how many units are in the behind the scenes. So even if this unit right here wasn't spawned, it's still taking energy just waiting to be
Yeah.
spawned. Even if it's never going to be spawned, the fact that it's like the green is on the map means that the map mission is still going to render it It's just you're going to be able to like fly through it or something until it has spawned in.
Yeah.
So that's the big issue, is that anything that's actually on the map will be there, and it's just going to take more time. And I know people have been in missions 16, 17, and what I know of 18. 18 was really bad at first, but people would join in the map, and then they would get kicked from it before they would join because they would have a lag spike and it would be too much, and then they would just lose connection to me. So keeping it
Mm.
medium maps with a lot of targets or with enough to do is where I'm heading towards, but I am going to have that one large map for y'all.
Yeah. But that's why I said it maybe not for multiplayer, but only for single
Single
player
player.
use. So you don't have these really lag spikes, or even if the network's bad and you just getting kicked. What I've experienced as well, and I
Yeah.
hate it. That you don't have to load it every time, but once you've loaded it in like single player or something, um, it's not really a big problem because you can just keep going.
And I think I may do something for single player. Um, I just haven't yet because when I am building these maps, I do build it for like, oh, if only one person has joined. However, I am always expecting a second person to join, 10 or 15 minutes down the road. Um, so like the beginning of these missions will always be at least somewhat easier, or try to be easier. Um, and then as the mission progresses in time, uh, it's just going to get harder and harder to actually complete the mission, because you're right, these missions are supposed to be based off of multiplayer. And if I make a single player mission, maybe I can put the AI units in there and they won't be as much of an issue, because if you don't have to worry about the network condition, all you have to do is just worry about your graphics card.
Yeah. But for VR players, it should always be a little bit better than for non-VR players.
Yeah.
So are you going to test this map today or just build it?
So I am going to test a little bit of it. However, when I do the testing, it will disconnect the live. Um, so I am going to record the testing of it. However, the issue is that the testing of it is going to be extremely boring. Um, how I test maps like this is pretty much like I will sit in the tower because I know all the units are going to spawn in. If I can see the units, great. So like I may get into a plane for like a little bit, but the main issue is waiting for the weather, making sure the weather goes through. So I'll literally just sit in the tower or sit in a plane, and I'll put the headset down and I'll just let the timer run, and I'll come back in an hour, turn off the recording, and then see did the weather go through. This one is supposed to reset its weather, so this one would be recording for 2 hours, make sure that the weather pattern goes through and all that. In fact, during this testing right now, what I should do is put it so every time a
Have you
pattern is
do
selected, it should tell me which pattern. Thank you. Sorry, I just thought about this. It should tell me which pattern was selected so I know. Sorry, go ahead. You were saying something?
uh yeah, you said once that the weather pattern is just 30 minutes at a time.
It's 1 hour.
Uh oh, it's an hour because okay, because you said once that the time has to be in a 30-minute loop.
For the time of day, it wasn't a 30-minute loop. We
Okay.
changed the time of day so that it's 45 minutes of day now and 15 minutes of night as requested. Because a lot of people had issues with nighttime, so I was like, and everyone
Yeah.
wanted more time in the day. So I didn't think that was an
Yeah.
issue to do.
Okay.
But yes, the weather
I like
pattern.
that.
Sorry, the weather
You
patterns are a full hour now.
okay? But I believe this should also represent the real world a little bit better
Um,
because where most people are probably is it's more daytime than nighttime
yeah.
in the summer at least.
Hey, Dart, one thing's for sure, I'm gonna sleep well tonight.
Are you? How much have you already drank and all that?
Ah, um, maybe
Is it at least half?
2/3,
Yeah, so at least half. Okay, yeah. You'll be sleeping good tonight.
half a liter.
All right, now you're about the same time zone as me, right?
Deutschland, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
So
about an
it's
hour ahead,
1:05
behind.
at
Yeah,
the
yeah.
time.
Jeez, man, we go to bed.
Nah, I'm fine. Uh, like next year, I'm still have to wake up at 5 in the morning, at least, and I'm not able to play any VTOL anymore,
I've been listening
probably.
to Kesha TikTok so much recently. You
Oh,
said wake up in the morning. My brain went to wake up in the morning feeling like P.
why aren't you going to be able to play VTOL anymore? Are you going into the service?
Yeah, I'm heading to military service, and I'm staying there because it's 3 hours away from home, and I can only go home at the weekends, and I don't have a car, so I don't want to go with public transport because here in Germany it's really unreliable.
What do you mean? They're good.
Uh,
I have been hearing horrible things about the German train system.
yeah. And yeah, that's why I'm staying there over the weekend and I'm not able to come back home. So everything I have here, I'm probably not able to get with me to there, or I have to either get it there, but then I may not have network, and if I want network, I probably have to get a SIM card with unlimited
Data,
That's
yeah.
uh,
a fortune these days.
roaming.
Yeah.
And yeah, I hate that, and it's more expensive that way, and probably I'm just living my life, and if if I'm doing something, probably either sleeping or watching YouTube or maybe getting in a call here, but yeah, or cycling. I try to get a motorcycle with my money, but
Oh,
Say cycling would be the bet.
yeah.
Oh, and then real quickly, as we are still in the mission and still on the live, we always have to make sure everyone knows to double check and save their damn files. If they don't save their files, you're gonna lose
save the
everything.
game.
Nath, Nath.
Ooh. Hmm?
Make sure you save your documents. That way you don't have to restart them all over again. We've all done
I
it.
totally haven't had a few issues with that. Totally not.
Alright,
I
cool.
swear, if this thing is a streamer going live, I'm going to fly out. It's not, it's just Wordle.
Cruiser 99.
You know what that means?
And then
A
excellent.
friend of mine recently started a Minecraft server again. with some mods.
Oh yeah, modded or not?
Modded. And one
Yes.
of the mods adds a table where you can play games, and so you can play solitaire or Uno. Especially Uno was really fun in Minecraft. Do you know Uno or?
Yeah, I know Uno. I've got Uno DOS and Uno 50 years.
Hmm, crazy. We
Why
also
did I
played
do that?
one. We also once played Monopoly as a card game, not as a board game, but as a card game. This was interesting as well.
55 and 44.
Dart, are you just streaming for Discord or for YouTube
No,
as
this is
well?
also on YouTube.
It's on YouTube and
Okay.
Discord, so everything that you say is also going on it. So we do have to be careful, otherwise I have to disconnect from Discord.
Hi, mom. Nah.
Okay, 55.
Does it button work? Let's go.
150. No required. Excellent. This one's not going to be able to give you a green flare because these guys will be moving around. So mission complete's going to have to be the best that you guys got. 55 is moving VTOL
Could you give
carrier.
us like a flare carpet if we want to land on the carrier?
I
So
cannot
we can.
do a flare carpet.
No.
And actually that's kind of the point of this mission, is so that you guys can practice using the HSI and the instrument approach procedure, and get used to quickly using the comm panel. Because if you want, whether it's the aircraft carrier, a cruiser, this VTOL carrier right here, or an air base, if you use the comm panel and then just use the computer ATC, they will always guide you in and give you lights, regardless of what
Yeah.
system it is. So it's not like it hasn't been built in, it's just not something I can
Yeah.
control. Moving VTOL carrier.
But I've never really seen a flare carpet for planes in any mission. Would be funny to have.
I think a flare carpet would probably be best on a bombing mission.
Oh yeah. Maybe for an area or something where you're supposed to fly above and then just bomb.
Yeah, because we had that. Um, I made a mission where people would be flying around. I think you were a part of it, actually. Yeah, you were, the Tournament of Aces. I believe both of you all
Oh
were.
yeah.
Oh, both of them.
Hmm. So,
Yeah, that was
Somewhere
fun.
I've put the
But
sticker.
yeah,
I need
so
but
to put it on my
maybe
racing army.
but maybe two sides, so left and right, and not just one.
yeah,
So you get like a street, kinda.
yeah, and I think I like that. I like the having the little race through the Akaton Islands and all that, and I'll probably bring something like that back.
Hmm.
Not in
That was fun.
in this campaign. I don't know, because again, the big one with this campaign is that you'll be revisiting maps. However, the time changes. So, like this map is August 7th night, or August 7th, 2026, for VTOL VR's birthday. And I know it says something different on Steam, but I'm pretty sure it was August 7th when it was originally released. I don't know why it changed its date. Because I also checked the internet, and there's a bunch of other stuff that says the 7th as well. So for some reason Steam says it's a different date than it actually is. But
Um,
um
that's me, 3rd of August, 2017.
yeah. And
the other thing, like going forward, is that like when I hit Control I, you can see month, day, and year. The year is going to be the same going forward. However, the month will be changing. So we'll have like January, February, or sorry, we'll say October through February will be the winter months for us in game, and you'll have snow on the ground. And then summer is going to be, just June, July, and August, and those will just be the desert biomes. And then we'll have spring and fall just be the green areas with everything else. So,
But does the time of the year actually can change the weather or the map, or is it just
so it changes the actual star position on it.
okay?
Here, let me see if I can. Alright. This is not going to work well because I cannot look up, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep.
And then if I change it, we'll say, the second. It's supposed to change the star map a little bit. It doesn't look like it is doing it though, you're right. So let's see, what if I put it in as the 12th? Oh, maybe it's because I'm doing equinoxes. Yeah, and I'm not saying too much, but there is, oh, I know what it is. It's the moon.
Oh.
That's what I forgot it was. Hang on. So the sun is right there, and then if you change it, it's midnight now. The time is still the same. It's still 5:46, but 5:46
That's nice.
during, May is different than 5:46 in November.
That's interesting.
So that's where the time changes is. Sorry.
Okay. Good to know.
Yeah, and it says it right there if I just looked over. I think maybe it was, yeah, so, holy crap, did you hear that?
No.
No.
Dude, my house just shook. Oh.
Having an
Oh, I
earthquake?
can't even see out my window anymore.
Look
Oh.
for broken windows, dude.
Well, I hope it's not broken. I mean,
The photo.
Is an earthquake happening or?
No, it's just a really, really strong storm. So, and that's why, like, I was hearing it before when I was outside, and it absolutely just, oh, I wrecked this already. I'll have to go back and fix it, but, I'll figure out what the original was. But, so, sorry. This is what affects the sun and GPS coordinates. So like if we change
Yeah.
this, your map coordinates would also
GPS.
change, and
Oh.
the stars may change. Let me double check. I guess it doesn't. Nope, stars still aren't changing. I can see them over here in this corner. If you look at this star, I'm pointing
Yeah.
it on my finger like you can see it on my finger like that matters. But it doesn't seem
Yeah.
to be changing it at all. Put this at 135.
That's a little sad, but it's okay.
It's fine. I mean, our stars aren't really changing that much in the daytime anyway.
Yeah.
That's why we've named them. But yeah, I'll look up whatever the location was originally. So, and I'll put that back in
Next
here.
update, they're going to bring changing stars. No, I'm joking. But imagine.
It would be nice if, like, during the night, you could put like the Milky Way galaxy up or some other thing. Just like change the background of it so it didn't look like it. You could. It's a near future. I don't want to be near future. I want to be 2 million years in the future now. I want to be second civilization of Earth. See what happens then.
Rebirth. Yes.
Andromeda Galaxy is just like right there next to it, and be like, we don't have time.
Ooh,
Tasty. Why is the sun so big?
Is my marshmallow already cooking, or is that my toast?
Or am I having a stroke?
the floor is lava.
Nice. Oh, all right. Let's get this last cruiser in. Land on cruiser. It should be what 333. Oh, 444. Cruiser.
I mean, I'm probably going to play Visual Fighter Maneuvers then instead of VTOL if it arrives on Quest Store. But that's probably the only thing I could.
And if we are still allowed to make missions on that, I will be making missions for it. Absolutely. Oh.
Thank you very much.
It may take me about like up to a month, 2 months to actually get it, but we will indeed be grabbing that guy. I bought, what was it, the Jetborne Racing, and I only played it for like maybe 8 hours, if that. I'll still support Boundless Dynamics.
Yeah, but I believe Jetborne Racing only makes fun if you have another friend or so playing with you,
Yeah.
who you can fly against.
I have 1,328 hours in VTOL VR.
Holy F. I have
So you know someone make the
234
maps.
hours.
I've got 97.6.
Yeah, but the thing is, Dart also has the map time in his,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and I have only flight time, so I have 230 hours of flying actually in VTOL.
See, I have 97.6 hours of flying and debugging while my mic's not working.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh, that needs to be
I sent a
530.
suggestion to the Boundless Dynamics guys, suggesting that they make the radios have like make it so we can put it onto a different audio system.
What do you mean?
Because I have voice meter, so I can have, but I do have my desktop audio, my like any voices, so my voice or Discord on another track, and then I have like Spotify or other music stuff on another track. So I can record all three tracks, and then my voice is separately from that as well.
I think
But
it's
of course, with the radio, yeah, it's the same track as the background.
yeah, I think it's just because it's within the application itself, so they would have to like
Yeah,
separate it.
I understand why he hasn't done it so far. Why he might not do it, but it would be cool.
This is as close to building a game as I have ever gotten. Is doing these mission creator stuff, and again, over 1,000 hours, at least 1,000 hours of it is, you're right, mission editing, and only maybe like 300 of it is actual flight time. 150 of those 300 are 100% AV42. I love my AV. All right.
I would like to fly the AV44 when it comes out, hopefully before January.
I would like that as well. All right, what we're going to do.
Let's finish off this ball and get some water. That's a good idea. I think I might do that. Yeah.
Absolutely. We're going to put these guys here.
Do I get this? Do I get water or do I get pink milk? Mmm.
up. Pick up 2. Oh.
Wait, are we not meant to blow up that first?
No. And even if you do blow it up,
No?
you can still pick up the people on them. The
Oh,
helipad
okay.
just gets tilted. And not only on that, oh, that's right, you weren't here for the original. None of the aircraft over here, not one of these, have any actual weapons, not even a targeting pod. I removed all the targeting pods, so at least the ones that I could. So only the AV-42 and the F-45, and I believe the helicopter have targeting pods. Everyone else has to use the HSI or their instrument panel to land. And that is indeed on purpose.
Drunk, yeah.
New point, oil 2.
It's at that point, but it doesn't taste that good. But it's almost the end of the ball.
I remember that feeling just from
Is that
you
not
saying it.
oil 3?
So I moved the oil one. Oil 2, excellent. It's this is the hard part. Give me a second. Make sure it's on the deck, but not underneath it. Because if it's underneath it, it doesn't go. But if it's above the deck, it will. Yeah, that's fine. And then we'll do hospital. And this will be objectives that will just randomize themselves throughout it. So it's not too far, it shouldn't be too difficult, but you'll get both regular landing practice, carrier practice, and drop off and pick up practice. So I don't think there'll be too much of an issue.
But obviously, oil 1 is drop off and oil 2 is pick up.
Oil 1 and 2 are pickups. And then
Oh, darn.
we'll do.
Dart, this is the flight training map, right?
Correct. So there's no weapons. All you guys have to do or worry about is just having fun, flying around the map, getting used to whatever aircraft you want to, and practicing with it. I will also add a little bit of a light tutorial, so that way people always have their lights on if I can, and it's not too bugging, because that's going to be the part that I do also have to look for real quickly. But I just want to make sure that everyone has their lights on going forward, because that's if you guys have your lights on, that lets me know that you're not going to shoot anyone, or at least you don't intend to.
I'll
Oh,
wait
I
down this last little bit.
intend to when I have lights on, so.
You know, there's
I
you
have
guys have
lights
never
on
had.
when I'm near the ATC area.
Yeah. And again, I don't. Once you guys are 5 miles out, I can't see your strobe lights. The only thing I can see is your afterburners. So I'm not truly able to see those lights past 5 miles. However, people will always forget to either turn them back on. So it's just easier to just have them on when you're on the ground at first and just leave them on. And again, the like Baja has said it himself, the AI definitely needs a revamp. However, it's not detecting your lights, it's detecting your heat signature and your radar signature first. Lights
Right.
were an add-in afterwards, I believe.
Do they or do they not detect lights?
They do not detect lights. Your lights are only for other players.
Right.
Because I have tried it. I have done missions where I have the lights on and off, um, and I've gone against things that have radar missiles, things that have just guns, like the gunboats, and the gunboats will shoot at me whether I have the lights or not at a different distance, or sorry, not at the same distance. I believe it's 8,000 meters. Um, so like they'll just start like lighting me up regardless of whether I have my lights on. The only thing that truly changes the distance is the radar. If they have radar and they can see you, oh, they're gonna light you up instantly. But again, anything, and you can try it yourself. Like turn on a light and then fly 5 miles out from someone. It's almost impossible to see those lights. But your afterburners, I can see those from 20 miles away.
Yeah. Speaking of the lights, do you intend to also in this training map intend to make landing training?
So the landing training is just here, and I'm just gonna help people with it as best as I can.
Okay.
The only other thing I could do, which I thought about doing, however, it's more a very realistic type of landing where you are using autopilot to land. So what I would do is pretty much I would come here and I
How
would
do we do
want to
that, by the
say
way?
here. I'll just kind of show you real quickly. We would put like a point here, and it's land 02, and then the next one would be over here, and we'd want it at what we say 100. So yeah, and there's an actual thing. So like I would have to actually measure the distance out. Every like I think it's every 1,000, I would have to go up 100, um, or something like that. I think maybe it's 300. Yeah, it's a 3 degree. So for every 3 feet, I need to go up one, or sorry, every foot, whatever. But a 3 degree approach, and I would pull it all the way out to something like this. I'll put it here, and then I would connect those two with a path. And your autopilot itself, again, I would have to show you more so, but it would link up to your GPS through something like this. I could say system send path to GPS, um,
Mhm.
and I would say send fleet path to you. Fleet path goes around the map, and it's at ground level. However, let's say I sent you, oh, we'll just do it. Hell with it. It's going to be really crappy, just so
Yeah.
you know. New point.
But well, what I really mean by landing is for carrier landing case 1, 2, and 3,
Oh, okay.
uh,
So,
like visually or indicated with flares or something, so you know get a feeling for the distance you get for the different approach sectors where you need to do something, where you need to fly.
so
Um,
I will
yeah,
not be doing those, for a specific reason is that, um, the game is not truly set up for us to put in like like a G1000 system in real life would allow you to pre-program in the flight path. Oh, sorry about that. The flight path of the actual instrument or the approach. Um, the issue I have is that I would have to pre-program all of those in, and they only work with parked carriers currently because if it was built into the game and you could just bring those like case one landing up, it would tell you how to do it, it would show you how to do it, and it would guide you through it even if the carrier was moving. However, anything I do, any path or anything is set in place and it's anchored. So like I can only do them with an anchored carrier, which it is possible, 100% it's possible to do. But when I'm showing you like, oh, here's a GPS waypoint, you know, or GPS path, you have to have the nav map up to see it. If I'm doing waypoints, it has to be one after the next after the next. And
Yeah, that's why it's set not with waypoints but with flares.
yeah,
So
and
you,
the flares can help as well. It's just I don't know a case 1 approach, case 2 or case 3. All I know is cuz I'm not military. Only I have 278 actual flight hours now in real life. Most of it single engine. Um, all of it general aviation. I've only just earned my commercial, but I'm not capable of doing anything with it currently. So I only really know a VFR and IFR approach. Um,
mm,
I can look up case 1, 2, and 3 approaches. However, if they seem too difficult, I'll probably just skip over them until I start seeing people come in consistently with VFR and not crashing. And then at the same time, I also want to make sure that everyone knows what their HSI and what their instrument panel is, because we are still having a lot of people who don't know how to use the instrument panel or how to pull up the HSI. So once we get to those levels, like we're starting to get to the same level of radios where even when we only have a few people, we're switching radios, we're getting to those radio frequencies more often. It's starting to help. Once we get
mm,
to that level with landings and all that, with the HSI and all that, 100% we will be able to put more in. I just don't think at this point in time. Oh, fantastic! So he put him up. Uh, let's see. So yeah, the circle, and I wish I could have this in because I've been trying to do IFR maneuvers for this, and the case 2 looks wonderful. Honestly, that's
yeah,
probably my favorite right now. Um, let's see. Yeah, case 2 or 3 are usually the stuff that I would say because you're holding in a certain area, um,
yeah.
and that's my favorite. What I can do is mark a holding area like here with the flare,
Mm-hmm.
so that way both the air boss. Let me double check him. Oh my gosh. There we go.
How exactly do you hold there if the carrier's moving?
Well, you're just flying with the carrier along.
So yeah, that's the difference.
Well,
Like
yeah, but so you're going to be banking more and less and more and less.
if the
Yeah,
carrier's moving, the case approaches are a little bit difficult if you can't hit a waypoint. Like if you can't have a waypoint on the carrier telling you how far it is. Um, the only way to do that currently in the system is to have the TSD up. Sorry. And that will tell you the distance, but they only move around 10 meters a second, so it's not too quick. They're pretty slow. And
yeah. The horizontal situation display, the HSI, also shows you if you have the correct frequency
correct.
put in.
Um, and it'll tell you the distance as well. But again, having only like a few, like 1 or 2 people who want to do those, when we still have like 100 people who don't know even what the ILS or HSI is
Yeah.
kind of a worry. So I just want to, because here if I can, I'm gonna have to move the carrier. I'll probably shift them this way. Let's see if I can do that. Oh, that's. Can I? No, I cannot. That would be lovely if I could though.
Breaking things again? Wow.
um,
Also, isn't it number 18 or 88?
it is number 88. It is indeed, but I want him to be able to actually see the holding area. So now the air boss could see the holding area over here. LSO should be able to see that as well, just as clearly. Oh, I gotta move those guys though. Hang on.
But the holding changes for case 2, or at least case 3, because it's dependent on uh, the runway we are landing on the carrier. And the runway is always
The same.
angled uh, on the ship,
Yeah.
the aircraft carrier.
So, like,
Case
and
2, no problem, but case 3 is the problem with the angled one.
yeah, and I don't feel that case 2 or 3 would honestly be an issue. Like, oh, just because it's angled, I think people would understand like how to bring it in. But it's just the fact of again, people who haven't been taught how to do that just yet, and
Yeah, I
I
understand.
yeah, once we do have more people who are doing IFR stuff, 100% we will be having that come in. But at this moment, we do not. Because I also wanted to, and I may ask them about it. Um, I may just ask them if we can have like a VOR tack. So like we have the SAM radar. Uh, it would be really nice if we had like a VOR system that we could use as well.
Mhm.
Um, because if we have that, then absolutely. Like if we had the VOR system and we were able to place just one other point down and use that as a holding, like I guess I could technically do that with the aircraft carrier where you would like use it as an instrument procedure like a IAF initial approach fix, but you wouldn't be able to land on it. I would have to make it almost in a hole
Mhm.
because you would just be using it for the VOR. But
Yeah,
I it is something I have thought about, and I have tried to make instrument procedures before where you just hit like the autopilot. But even if I give you
yeah, no,
the nav path for something like that, you have to type in the altitude you want to go to. So it'll
yeah.
still be a step system.
I'm not really a fan of the waypoint because it's automated, and I like to uh, do it myself by hand, and so I get a better feeling for distances and approaches and heights and everything. Because if you're doing them automated as well, you're not really learning from them. You're just experiencing them, or at least so I see it that way.
Yeah.
And so that's why I don't really like them being with um yeah, with waypoints.
And let's see here. We're gonna do this one, and then what color should we have? Blue, white,
Mm,
or purple?
Green.
We can't have green.
Purple, purple,
uh, Blue, white, or purple?
Mhm.
purple.
Purple.
It's a
Purple.
royal
Purple it
color.
is. All right.
A really big purple
So
flare.
let's see.
Yeah, as big as you can, as big as the map, actually.
Unfortunately, I can only set it for a length of time, but all right. Holding spot, excellent. That's okay.
What's purple made of? Red?
Red and
And
blue
blue.
Mm.
waypoints.
What's red and green?
I believe it's orange,
Um,
orange or
Oh,
yellow.
that was red and yellow.
It's,
Red and
however,
green
yeah,
is
no.
yellow.
when you're mixing colors, you do have to realize there is a
Yeah,
difference
which
between
way are we?
light
Are we
or paint.
doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Because with paint it makes brown, but with light it makes yellow.
Alright. The stacks holding area. So ATC, whether it's Airboss or anything else, will direct people to the stacks for holding if we're busy. There's refueling areas there for VTOL aircraft. Everyone else just set fuel economy.
Stonks.
And then, is there an objective I can do?
You guys, what I got in the post today?
Say what about
The
what?
Can I tell you what I got in the posts today?
The post?
Yeah, the mail.
Oh, the mail? Is it safe for YouTube?
It's totally safe for YouTube.
Alright, quickly.
I got a £10,000 nuclear. No, I'm kidding. I got a very nice, very advanced, or a mechanic pencil.
Ooh.
Ooh.
It's Japanese. That's how you know it's good.
Oh.
You're gonna do some of those flipping tricks with them?
No, I don't want to break it.
What about the scribe driver from
But
LMT
it's the one that every time you push it down, it rotates the lead, so you get the
Oh,
nice even like shape of the lead.
I like them too.
Did I? Oh, okay.
When's my next drawing? Design. Let's have a look. Is it that one? No. Is it that one? Yes. Tuesday 9 a.m. Gonna be very fun.
Look, you can
That
have a
being said,
pencil for 40 Canadian bucks.
yeah.
Yay!
Oh, here, can I do? There we go.
No, it's the let me look. Which is history. It's the Unikuru Toga Advance.
I guess 1500 would be better.
I got it in
Alright,
white.
so stacks holding, and then the tower is all set. Let's check YouTube. Is everything going good over here? Excellent. Just getting a bunch of warnings on YouTube. Alright. Double check
Are you getting
this.
flagged? eBay.
No problem. Okay. Let's
Oh,
get back to this then. Alright. So those guys are set. We've got the anchored and the cruiser set. Oil and the stacks holding area is set.
looks interesting.
Alright. Let's finish these guys up. Oh god, I hate this part. Okay. We're not doing Papa. What was it? Was Hotel? Whiskey? No. Oh, we'll do Tango. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Excellent. FA26, F45. Oh, no. EF24, T55, and then the AH94. And this is honestly more so popularity based at this point. Fire control
So
radar.
the most popular probably the FA-26 and the F-45A.
Absolutely. I
But
will agree with you there.
probably the FA-26 is probably only the most popular because it's the first one you get in touch with. The first one the game screams at you to fly. And that's why I also started with the FA-26. And I had no idea how to handle the screen in the F-45 at first. But after getting in the FA-26B, it just felt more natural to get in the F-45 with all the touch functions.
Mm.
And I really prefer them now.
I think for me, the first one was the AV-42 in the tutorial, and I was like, alright, cool, easy. And
Fair enough.
I feel like getting used to that so early on just made it one of my favorites, because we didn't have the T-55 or the EF or the AH, the Dragonfly, any of that stuff. Oh man, yeah, I remember a time when this game didn't even have multiplayer. I think I was just
Oh God.
on the tail end of that. Like I had gotten the game, and he's like multiplayer coming soon. I'm like sweet, but I was like 2 months too early or something like that. It was still a good game, but that's when I learned to fly.
Yeah.
It's fun. All right, so we got Tango. We've got all of them. They're all level
I
2.
mean, the MFDs in the other planes, not in the F-45A, but like in the FA-26B and the T-55, they feel more natural. Um, they felt more natural at first to use because they're like everywhere in aviation, so you really see them very often.
Yeah.
And so the F-45A was just getting used to the layouts and the functions of what the different pages do. After getting them to learn on the MFDs instead of the MFTD, multifunction touch display. Yeah,
And I like
but
the touch display
it's
isn't bad, but
yeah, it's really versatile. That's what I like most about it.
yeah, it feels like you have a lot more room with it as well because it takes away those buttons and puts them right there on the screen. What am I doing? I need this guy. There we go.
And also you can have like these small windows you can use at the bottom if you have the larger window on top and then the two at the bottom of 1/4 of the screen. Um, you can use them in different pages like the RWR. This is really nice to have for some pages, but you can also just get two massive screens like the TSD and the nav page, and this, for example, for landing, which is really good to have sometimes, or even for combat.
Yeah, I told Nath I had removed all the targeting pods for this one so that everyone had to just practice landing normally. Um,
Yeah, I mean, no problem because you can just take everything combat related out and just have your nav page, maybe objectives, um, but not necessarily comms page, and you're just very, very versatile in how many screens and how big this or how less screens you have, which is really something not many do have, which I like.
I feel the EF-24 is my favorite internal like cockpit system, but the AV-42 is my favorite like flight system. If I could combine those, I probably would.
I've been
I
in
mean,
VC for a fair while. I'm going to head off and get some water and go to bed.
No
Good night,
problem.
guys.
good
Thank
night. I'm probably heading off
thank you for
soon
joining
too.
us, and I hope you have a good night. Sweet dreams.
To everyone watching the live stream, subscribe.
Thank you very much, Nath. Have a great one. And then we are almost done. I think I've just got one more. We've got what, 17? Oh, we've got 16. So yeah, it should just be one more, I believe.
Yeah. I mean, I like the capability of the EF-24G really, really much, and I like the speed, but it's very impractical for me because you can't really turn, and the controls feel a little too wide for me, and I can't bring them in.
Oh,
Like in the other planes, they're much closer to the body. Um, the flight controls like the stick and the throttle. Um, which feels really really natural on the F-45.
hmm.
Um, but yeah, but you have to of course set the throttle in the positions you need it in every plane. But I
Hello?
mean, speaking of the
Oh,
hello,
I thought I lost you for a second. Go ahead.
um, I mean, speaking of the throttle, the F-26 is therefore really interesting because it can have the throttle between your legs, which is if you've only used to the stick at the side, it's really different experience. And when I flew it the first time in the A10 mod, I couldn't really fly
Oh,
because it's a really different movement.
I gotta try. So once I finish this map, I'll probably start doing more modded. Or sorry, once I finish this campaign, I'll probably start doing more modded campaigns. But I just wanted to have like one really good campaign where I put like from start to finish, I had at least
Yeah,
a good definition of it. But yeah, the A10 and the F16 are the ones I'm looking forward to. I don't really mind about the F22. I don't too much to care about that, but the AV-44 seems to be what I'm after. If it's a two-seater side by side, that and the what was it, the Little Bird helicopter? I'm really
oh,
excited for that one too.
the
But
little gun is fine. It's fun, and as well if you're blocking heat seekers with the flare gun, that's funny too.
oh,
I mean, is the AV-44 going to be something like the C-130? Or
I don't know. So from what I've currently, because I'm not in the modded area,
yeah,
just yet,
well,
but what I've seen at least is that there is quite a bit of oh, I added one more than I needed. Um, there's quite a bit of people who want to have a dual seater um, who is also an AWACS. So like one person can do AWACS, one person can fly and all that. And I can understand people wanting to do certain things like that because they wanted to have the like ECM ability and all that, but I really hope that they don't take away like the EF-24G. I don't want it to be like that where you're only flying if you're in the front seat, and if you're in the second seat, you've got nothing to do besides like ECM and
yeah.
AWACS.
I mean, you can fly with the autopilot, but you can't really fly that, dude.
Yeah, and that's the difference. I was hoping that if they made, excuse me, I got a cough. Oh, sorry. If they made like the AV88 or if the AV44 is how I would like both people would be able to do literally everything, and what they'd be like, hey, I'm not good at flying at this part, you take over and I'll do the other stuff. Be like, all right, cool, and then they do that.
Mm,
Um, I would rather it be more about actual teamwork than just having an overpowered plane that can do everything.
yeah.
And that's why, like, even in my thing on the other Discord, on the main Discord, they were like, "Oh, we could put a dragon system in." I'm like, "That's cool, but we need to limit how much we can do. So like maybe only uh, 2 cruise missiles or 4 cruise missiles go in the back, and not have like 6 or 12 of them because the weight and balance consideration and all that stuff. You don't want a plane that's can do everything. If
Yeah,
we had a plane that can do everything, all these other planes are absolutely worthless. But
yeah.
I think because no one uses the AV-42 because it's really hard to fly, or they think it's hard to fly because it's weird. But it's just such a
Mm,
very fun
it's
plane.
different. Yeah.
Ah,
I mean, that's uh what the F-45 makes good because you can't just fly it like any other plane, but you also have the capability of VTOLing, introducing you to it,
yeah.
which makes it easier to fly with the AV-42 then. But yeah,
Let's get these guys in. Okay, we're going to have them, all 8 of them over here.
this is the race map, right?
Yep, this was the map that we did the race on a long time ago. Um, this is actually the very first map that like everyone has built into them. So,
Hmm.
why is my UI so large? That's better.
UI scale 0.
Oh, it would be absolutely tiny. Alright, we
But
go.
it would be non-existent.
Unit group. We'll put that in. Charlie. Charlie.
Sure.
Alright, and then invincible, no friendly damage. That way, if you guys do go down, they just kind of respawn. 3, 4,
No.
5, 6. Oh, I see 2 of you in there. Get out of them. Nasties.
So we can drown them safely, you're saying.
I mean, technically they're immortal, so.
Damn.
Alright, and then this one is going
Endless
to be.
torture.
Well, once they crash, they just respawn here. That's the good thing about this, is that they don't have endless torture. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and I was a fool! A fool who did not change them over to Delta Squad. We'll call them Mikes. Charlie and Mike. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh,
Almost time for you to go to bed too, huh?
yeah, I'm getting pretty tired right now. It's like 2 o'clock right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely go to bed. What I'll do, cause I know mission 2 is going to take a little bit longer, and it probably will be a good 5-6 hours. Um, but this one's almost done, and I'm going to save it, and we'll do some other testing of it later. Um, but pretty much, I'll have it set for your guys' time frame, and I believe I'm going to try to hit a little bit in the middle. I think India is in between Australia and the United Kingdom, so I'll try to aim for their time zone to start, and that way it'll at least already be morning, and you should already have breakfast by the time I start. Um, and it'll be should be a little bit better for y'all, because I am getting
Then I have to
hungry.
go to bed early. because otherwise I may do as every day and sleep until 12.
Oof. I know that feeling. Don't worry about it. You're all good. It's one of the best feelings and worst feelings at the same time.
Yeah. I mean, I hate it because then I can't sleep at night, and all the time I'm sleeping gets dragged back till I have to like make a night through and then be really tired at the day, maybe go to sleep at 8 in the morning and then sleep until 4 p.m. And then I can't sleep, and then I want to sleep, and then I'm still sleeping at like 4 a.m. until 12, and then nothing changed. I and I hate it.
Definitely go to bed then. Um,
Yeah.
Here, what I'll do, I want to save this right now. We've got those guys out. I'm gonna put these two other objectives in, and we'll do drop off 1 and drop off 2. And I will force you to go to bed by ending the stream. Not many people are joining anyway, so I'm not upset about forcing you to go to bed. I'm like, oh, there's no reason for you to be up
Um,
now.
well, if I would have gone to bed and the still would still be there, the stream would still be there, I would just use it to fall asleep too,
Well,
probably.
that may happen later on, so. Alright, let's see. We're gonna save it there. Excellent. I think everything is saved. Let's double check the scenario info. Flight training 2026. Practice their flight skills at every level. Custom day starts at 5:30. Location I will fix later on. And that should be fine. RTB waypoint is going to be the base.
DartVR, playing VTOL for 4 hours.
And then I will put the briefing into this guy later with everything else. And then, oh, the last thing I need to do, we're going to go to coffee real quickly. Because I said I was going to talk about everyone. So we've got, let's see. We've got Sup,
Oh,
Ethan, Mentally Challenged, Kane, LaMonkey, Austin, Crashy, Dirk Bob, Brainy Catman, Anemic, Volatile 100, The Carcraft, Ucase, Gaming with Naf, and Austin. Oh, hang on, let's see. Going to the end. And Not 7, Ethan Eddy, Kartsy, Sebi Boy, Boris, Nordic Bear, Luna Ref. All of you guys, thank you so much for donating on the coffee. I know some of you guys have been a while ago, but still, regardless, thank you for helping me. And it is absolutely, absolutely thanked and appreciated. Hopefully this campaign shows how appreciative I am for all of you guys who do donate and anyone who does come in and join us, like Nath and Carcraft do here. Thank you again for joining us and having so much fun and learning to fly. This is going to be it for today. I am going to go and start doing some testing for the weather, which means I have to sit down for about 2 hours, and I don't want to bore you with that. However, I will let you guys know there are going to be some ambiance videos coming up soon, which includes aircraft taking off and landing on carriers, and then just straight weather as well. Alright, everyone. Thanks for your time.